Alright, good evening, troopers. Commander on deck. Welcome. Okay, sorry. Just making sure everything's running. Thankfully, Stream Deck is not bugging out anymore. I was having a glitch where every time I log in, it demands an update that's not even there. Also, TOA, welcome. I owe you a Waco. Here you go, Waco. Hope you enjoy. Sorry, I didn't get that to you last time. Also, I do owe you a blind now, and I will do that at some point while we're talking about something. It's not gonna be as exciting as me playing a game while blind, but hopefully that's good enough. I mean, I can just have a video on and I can talk over it. I don't really need to be able to see it, but that's good enough. But thankfully, I can actually like do all my bits. Hold on, let me get the timer ready. But yeah, it is the weekly debrief, and there's a lot to talk about. Let's go. Let me just show you what I'm seeing, so you guys know just how bad it is this week. There's a lot to talk about. The music is a little too high. It's fine. Yeah, these are all the categories I got. There's quite a bit. I was also watching like a review of the Bride movie. Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the Helldivers 2 drama. I've noticed. Okay, so I obviously have like a lot of people that I usually go to for talking about certain stuff. You know, like the usual people like Vera Dark, side scrollers, Rev, Arch. Like, you know, these are like the names that a lot of you guys probably know about. But they don't really talk about Helldivers. Not really. And that's like probably the most prolific game that I'm part of, so that's why like it kind of matters to me even if they don't bring it up very much. So we are gonna talk about that though. I did pull that up because that's one thing that I was aware of that nobody else seemed to want to talk about. Because like Rev, Vera, like all those people, they want to talk about like the really big stories, but let's talk about this like little story that's like kind of like nobody outside the community really knows about. Oh yeah, Hassan's being a fucking dipshit. It's gonna be funny. I'm already laughing just thinking about it. This is such. Look, I'm not a big fan of AI art, but this is pretty fucking funny. This is pretty funny. Let's be real. When is he not? Yeah, that's a good point, isn't it? Anyway, should I lower this? It's a little loud. Yeah, it's a little loud. Let's lower this a little bit. Let's start with the usual. Commander wants to talk about the situation in global politics, geopolitics. What is happening on the front? It's kind of weird. It's been an interesting week for what's going on in Iran. So let's just. I don't have I kind of have to let the videos go so we can just like see what they have to say. By the way, these guys are gonna be like frequent on the channel from now on. Cappy and William Spaniel. They're probably my two favorite channels regarding geopolitics and things happening in conflicts around the world. Cappy is a veteran. He served in Iraq, and he provides like his whole stick is that he's the infantryman's perspective. You know, the guy on the ground. And like a lot of infantrymen, he's of the opinion that they're all fucking stupid. And in a way, yeah, your average infantryman is like 19 years old. He barely out of high school, doesn't know anything about the world, and is being thrown into a war zone. So you got to keep it simple for him, right? The crayon eaters, yes, exactly. He was a crayon eater himself, so he tries to keep it simple for his fellow infantry boys. And Spaniel, he's a bit on a higher level. He is a professor in game theory, which is basically like crisis bargaining, geopolitics, the mathematics that go into deciding whether or not you want to push into a conflict or not, or how to conclude conflicts, like all the math that goes into warfare, logistics and shit like that. And so he's a very good source for that. He is a PhD holding professor who is actively teaching right now, but he also does YouTube on the side. So he has like some really good stuff about that too. I do really recommend watching his videos. But yeah, let's hear
a new ground front in the war against the Islamic Republic of Iran just opened up. Forbes, Fox, and others are now reporting that thousands of Kurdish fighters are...
Yeah, this is what I heard about. When I heard that, like, oh, there's a ground war happening, I thought they said they weren't going to do that. And I was like, oh, okay, it's Kurdish fighters. But can we really rely on them? That's the thing. Because, you know, they're not American troopers. They're basically freedom fighters. And it's kind of hard to gauge how effective or committed they'll be, you know?
Pouring over the borders. Not now, babe. I'm monitoring the situation.
I'm always monitoring the situation.
Ground offensive is reportedly pushing into Iran's western borders from Iraq. Forbes reported that CIA officers had
most of my war info from another Vtuber Femboy, Iron Elf, also ex-military. Oh damn, there's more Femboy Vtubers. Nice. Let's go. Who are also talking about warfare.
A clandestine.
But now you have two of us.
To arm and advise these organizations.
Respect of a CIA. Oh yeah, and they're also being like, you know, potentially being assisted by CIA and Mossad. I think Mossad is the Israeli government's equivalent of the CIA. So basically, they're just like kind of like encouraging to go in the right direction.
Over the past year, this is why we're seeing increased activity here. I think
along the border of Iraq,
the Kurds are now being bombed by Iran. However, at the same time, some other sources are claiming that this ground operation isn't happening at all.
I didn't know you were into this DOA, but I'm glad you.
Well, today we're going to examine the ground war, the status of Iran's ballistic missiles. We're going to assess the regime's ability to stay in power, the air and naval campaign, as well as the big picture strategic goals for each side. Over the past year, you guys' support of the new channel has been incredible.
Yeah,
so today,
he used to be part of like Task and Purpose.
$10,000 the Tunnel to Towers Foundation Gold Star Family Home Program, which provides mortgage-free homes to surviving spouses of fallen soldiers with young children. We couldn't do it without you guys, the viewers, and this episode's sponsor,
I don't really have much.
So thank you to everyone for making this happen.
You know, if
now,
you guys are
straight
watching,
into the ground campaign. According to reports from I-24, they spoke to officials from the Kurdish CPFIK, the armed groups that are based inside of Iraq. They stated that they've already begun a military offensive against Iranian regime forces. Israeli and American strikes have specifically targeted Iranian military outposts along the Iraqi border in an attempt to clear a path for ground operations. The war is taking place in phases that are distinguished by the type of targets they're choosing. According to ISW think tank, the first phase of the campaign suppressed Iranian air defenses, and it decapitated its command and control, and it limited its ability to retaliate go after, like, with their missile production. And now the second phase that we're entering is about knocking out the production of ballistic missiles.
You already know this stuff. It's like I watched the video before.
Invasion for partner forces. You can see the hits from this unclassified map that was released by the Department of War.
I think there's been like over 2,000 hits so far.
Knocking out a bunch of the frontier Iranian guard posts and police stations all along the border. Parts of Iran's border with Iraq.
And you can see right there, like they said, they're trying to like really soften up the border so that to make it easier for the Kurdish fighters to like come in. Like they just glass that area.
I should say. President Trump said that he is currently choosing those targets to clear a path for them, because throughout history there are very few examples of successful regime change operations without some kind of boots on the ground, whether it's partner forces or not. According to
I feel like at the very least he just sends in like
combat positions
special
inside
forces.
Iranian territory as early as Monday, March 2nd.
Without that, I don't
stated
know
that Iranian forces had evacuated the border city of Marwan and are setting up defensive positions nearby. The Kurdish commander said thousands of their fighters are already deployed deep inside Iran's Zagros mountain range. It's very, very difficult terrain to fight in. These Kurdish armed factions are prepared to cooperate with
they're
US and Israeli
but they know when we're
officials,
racing it, so like
multiple sources are now reporting that Mossad operatives are also launching attacks from deep inside Iranian soil as part of surgical covert ground operations. Israeli commander Major General Tom
That makes me think, are they gonna have like a repeat of that I think it was last year, Ukraine snuck in like whole tankers, not tankers, what do they call it, like you know, like those cargo crates, those giant cargo crates you see like on the back of like freight crates, like, you know, those big steel boxes. They snuck in a bunch of those into Russia, and they were packed with drones. in the middle of the day, broad daylight, those things just popped open like a clam, and then all the drones just swarmed out and were hitting Russian planes. I'm wondering if they're gonna do something like that again here, because that was like an insane operation. I forgot what it's called. They had a cool name for it. All these operations have like sick ass names.
Fighters from the Air Force Special Units are currently carrying out extraordinary missions that could only ignite the imagination. According to one former Mossad
and obviously Israel did that like strike,
a series of
short-range taking out a lot of their
launched against the IRGC along the outposts on the border,
anti-air, like on their own,
bore these
on the ground,
distinguishing factors of Israeli intelligence missions. This episode's sponsor is Rare Breed.
Okay, we don't care.
However, advisor points that we found possible. If you look at where these targets are, they're at the key access points that would allow the more lightly armed Kurdish groups with CIA paramilitary advisors to cross into Iran. There are 9 official border crossing points between Iraq and Iran. The geography here, though, is difficult to fight in.
Yeah, just looking at that. No, every map is a bit like dubious. Like if you just look at like a map with borders and like just plain colors, like it makes it like, oh, you just go in. Like when you actually look at the topography, then it shows like a completely different story. If you played any, I know it sounds kind of dumb, like comparing it to like a game, but if you played like any like game, like you can, once you put hills and mountains in the equation, it gets a lot more difficult. What would be like a day's march turns into like weeks, and it's not fun. And then you have to like, you're going into enemy territory. It's on hostile land. I mean, it is hostile land, excuse me. And so this mountainous terrain, you have like tons of like ambush points and things like that. So not fun.
It's terrain that makes it easy for them to surveil and look at these key access points. However, what people forget is the top strength of these Kurdish organizations. It's estimated to be about 8,000 actual fighters, with some MRAPs armed with some lightly armored Humvees, which would be a challenge to invade Iran without a large tank force. I've seen other estimates that say that their strength is in 200,000 fighters, but I don't know if that's an accurate force strength assessment.
Yeah.
Oh, and speak of the devil, we see this new geolocated footage shows Humvees being transported to near Iran's border to support the Kurdish fighters. Now, I think their role would be to open up another insurgent front, not necessarily a conventional war campaign. Now, the concern here is that oftentimes when a ground faction is involved in overthrowing a regime, like when Gaddafi was overthrown in Libya, it can spiral into chaos and into civil.
Another good thing about Cappy as like a source is because he was there, like he was part of doing something very similar, like but on the ground, and he saw how badly it went. So that's why he's very skeptical. And I think it's really important to have somebody like him to be like at least one of the people you're listening to, because you need a skeptical ear here and there, because you don't want to get trapped in a war fever where you're just like, oh yeah, big guns, let's go, we're gonna fucking like steamroll them. No, you gotta like stay sober. You don't want to get it can always go wrong, and so it's nice to have someone like Cappy that can like, you know, ground us.
War. However, it appears that Israel and the United States would prefer that outcome of a chaotic outcome to the Islamic Republic of Iran staying in power. The U.S. has worked with these Kurdish groups since before the 2003 invasion of Iraq. It's become a long-running meme, in fact, at this point, about how the U.S. often abandons their Kurdish allies, like in Syria and in Iraq, after encouraging them to help and to fight them. And then at the last minute, they kind of just disappear. So we'll have to keep an eye on if that happens again. Iran's ballistic missile fire in the past day has slowed down to a crawl. This is the big, huge news here, because according to the Pentagon, joint strikes have been able to decrease Iran's ballistic missile fire by about 90%. Most of that happened in just the last day. Iran's
like, it's a little too late to say let's not do it.
73% from the opening day.
We don't want this to go on too long.
Here, it shows it much better. All types of
but here's another thing. Like the apparently missile strikes from Iran are down like 90%. Like that's like the hard math right there. So either like they really I heard the theory that they have like a contingency. They had a contingency plan where if they take out like the majority of their leadership, including the Ayatollah, their plan was literally just bukkake everything. Like just shoot every missile we have, like as many as we can get going at once. And first signs kind of point to that they did do that, but it wasn't nearly as devastating as they would have hoped. Yes, they hit some targets. Yes, they got some American soldiers at some bases. It seems like most of the targets that they did successfully hit were like civilian targets, like hotels and marketplaces. I think they went for an embassy at one point. But the point is, like, it was literally fire all the missiles, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it could have been because, you know, Patriot countermeasures, like all that. So, and now they're down to like 90% of their original production at the very start of the conflict. So I don't want to jinx it, but I'm hoping like they've been thoroughly blunted at this point. Oh shit.
Munitions are down and degraded across the board.
Yeah, that was a really fucking embarrassing mistake.
Increasing.
How many planes was it? 3, right?
Shows it better again.
From Kuwait. Yeah, that was very embarrassing. Good news is those pilots apparently survived, and I think their crown prince even went to the hospital where they were recovering, and he like personally apologized to them, which was actually pretty. That was a pretty like wholesome moment, you know, like it's basically the equivalent of like the president going in and like saying like, yeah, we're sorry we shot you down. We didn't mean to.
Is this a purposeful strategy on the IRGC and Iran's part to slow fire, to protract the
embarrassing
war?
But you know,
possibly are they holding back and saving missiles? It's unlikely. Evidence that this is happening, this slowdown, is because of 400 ballistic missile mobile launch trucks that have been destroyed in the past 5 days. Just like,
oof, like didn't give a fuck. It just busted right through and exploded.
How every single piece of military equipment that is destroyed in the war in Ukraine is tracked,
all those,
monitored, tagged, and categorized. The same is true in this conflict. Estimates from Israeli officials are that
everything that's taken down,
have been destroyed so far.
Counted everything.
And this footage shows why that's the case. There's nowhere to hide. Even equipment in overhead hangars gets destroyed now. This has been the U.S. military's greatest success in the campaign so far. It's like a high-stakes game of rock, paper, scissors. The U.S. is deploying paper with air power to cover everything, and Iran is throwing down rock to try to smash everything with ballistic missiles. I forget which one of those went. Meanwhile, Iran's greatest success so far has been the regime's ability to stay in power, which has surprised the United States. At first, people thought Russia and China weren't coming to the defense of Iran, but now it appears like they might be stepping in. Russia is sending satellite targeting information to Iran, sending them all the location of U.S. warships and equipment in the region, just like the U.S. has been doing, sending targeting data to Ukrainian troops against Russia for the past few years. And China
how helpful is that? Like, I know you're over there, but the problem is I can't hit you. So, like, I don't know if that's even all that useful.
We're deciding if they're going to send additional ballistic missile parts. Now let's take a look at the big picture. Let's zoom out here because this war is a race. I think. The IRGC
you're talking about the leadership. Like they keep coming up with a new one.
War into a global economic catastrophe.
Well, it's more like
Iran's most important
they're
weapon
willing
is
to
the global oil
replace
market.
everybody.
They cannot hope to shoot down all the American-Israeli jets. They cannot hope to sink all the U.S. warships. What they can hope to do from Iran's perspective is create a massive oil shock.
Yeah.
This is
you probably already noticed like the oil prices going up. Especially if you drive often. Yeah, the hit to they have like the problem is that they have control of like what's it called, the Strait of Hormuz. It's like it's an incredibly key oil distribution pathway, and they kind of have the full control of it. Not entirely. There are ships there, like the carriers and all the destroyers are there trying to protect ships as they go in, but the problem is like ships don't want to like risk running through it because they're worried about an attack, and rightfully so. So yeah, 20% of all oil in the world goes through that little tiny strip of water, which is just insane. Like, why are these choke points allowed to exist in the first place? But yeah, but the point is, they're still trying to lock it down, and they still do have some vessels. I think at this point, like all their major naval vessels, like we're talking to like cruiser and above, are gone. I think at this point, all they have are like gunboats, essentially like little strike craft, like that can only really like have like machine guns on top. But that's really all you need if you're dealing with you know oil tanker ships that are not being protected by soldiers. It's just guys trying to do their job. So like, yeah, they still need to lock it down a bit more. However, I did hear that the USS right currently the Lincoln and the Ford are in the Straits, but I think the USS, oh shoot, what was the last one? I think it's the George Bush is coming in on like right now, like it's on the way. So hopefully they'll be able to deal more with that.
Iran's biggest leverage to force the Gulf countries
like floaty with a 9mm
attack,
basically. Like you might as well, like compared to a carrier. The problem is that's a lot of ground to cover with just a couple of carriers. I mean, like a carrier is a very impressive piece of machinery, but like it's coverage. That's the problem and all that. Also, hey, Happy, welcome.
Currently, tanker traffic is down.
Yeah, see, they successfully hit a tanker ship, and that's not good. I mean, that's also a environmental disaster waiting to happen. If that thing just bleeds into the water. I think that was empty, or this was like some other. Yeah, I don't know, a tanker.
To pressure the United States and Israel to stop the war. Currently, tanker traffic is down 90% in the Strait of Hormuz.
Yep,
and this is where 35% of the fertilizer needed for global food production goes through. This strategy explains
and also food production. That's not good.
Why you're seeing Iran now target 13 of the countries in the region that haven't even targeted them. It's why they're hitting the civilian airport.
I also heard, okay, so yeah, they targeted them to like try to get them to like not protect the strait. But I actually heard like today, like just a few hours ago, I heard that they actually sent out an apology like, we didn't mean to hit you, we were trying to just hit the Americans and the Israelis, it was an accident, we swear. Yeah, like that, like anyone's gonna fucking buy that as you're hitting their fucking hotels in Dubai. Isn't Dubai like, where's Dubai again? I forgot. I think this is Dubai. I might be wrong about that. There's Israel. Anyway, whatever. They're hitting like luxury hotels in Dubai. Like, yeah, that it totally makes sense that you hit them on purpose.
It's why Iran's targeting a luxury hotel.
Every ship that is destroyed leaks stuff into the ocean.
It's why they're hitting oil.
It could be a lot worse.
It's why they're targeting.
Oh, that's Dubai. I thought Dubai was a lot smaller. But anyway, the point is like that's like the most like non-target. Well, to be fair, they do great. Dubai does something that does help with the conflict, like against Iran, but I forgot exactly what. It's still in my mind.
Luxury hotels. It's why they're hitting oil infrastructure. It's why they're targeting commercial vessels and data centers. Because they can't hope to win militarily. So instead, their strategy is to try to win by causing economic chaos.
Their manager's setting up promotion alerts and has you as one peon. Wait, what?
Is it gets the whole region to align against Iran because they're getting hit by them with missiles.
Some of the world's
on the other side, America is racing to dismantle Iran's ballistic missiles and their navy fast enough to.
Dude, this looks like a fucking Call of Duty kill streak. It's like the UAV missile. You're calling it down and guiding it in.
Prevent any kind of sustained, protracted disruption to the oil market. We'll know who won this race in about 2 or 3 months from now if the oil market is still extremely high and the Strait of Hormuz is still unpassable. That would be no bueno.
Send me invite.
I think evidence of this strategy by Iran is that we see.
Yeah, like, and here's like the people they've been targeting the most are Israel. Is like one of the smallest, 113 over 863. Because they know they can't do anything to Israel, so we're just gonna make everyone who might get involved bleed instead. Like the little fucking cowards they are. Also, save. How do I save?
Here, the majority of missiles fired by
also,
Iran
I do
were at
owe
the
you
UAE, not Israel or U.S. military.
I'm blind now, so let me do that right now. Actually.
Because Dubai is the largest trade hub in the Middle East. Jebel Ali Airport is one of the busiest ports on Earth.
That's why they're targeting Dubai. Because, well, that's why they did target Dubai. I don't think they could do much to it now. But they targeted it because they wanted to disrupt trade. Because, like, that's the best where they can hurt us, anyone, really. In the world's wallet, basically. They can't do anything like militarily, so we're just gonna like fuck everybody over in terms of like money, essentially the economies. Okay, let me take my glasses off and bye now. Yes, sir, Bun. Been a stream for years now. Well, you never invited me to your server, Hoppy. Is it on your Twitch? I'll check on your Twitch
Dubai
then.
International
Sorry.
Airport is the
Not
world's
every
busiest.
streamer has a server.
So Iranian strikes are designed to cause insurance spikes and inflict the
I know some who
maximum
don't.
amount of damage in terms of global trade disruption. This is Iran's strategy. Raising the cost of war and trying to spread instability across the region, as we'll see. When we zoom out and we look at all around Iran's other borders, though, it's becoming also more chaotic. Azerbaijan called up military forces to their border with Iran. The war has further widened and escalated.
Yeah.
One-way attack munitions into Azerbaijan.
Like, we're not listening to him right now. We're gonna eventually go to William Spaniel, but he did mention that like this isn't technically World War III yet, but it is a world at war.
Video evidence and footage was released of the attack. It was recorded by people on the ground. So why is Iran attacking Azerbaijan? It could be to create chaos. It could be to hit regional oil pipelines that reach all the way into Israel.
And now they're apologizing.
Economic fallout. Or it could be a rogue unit in Iran making up their own orders because Iran's leadership is in absolute shambles right now, and they're not taking orders.
Is that the link? I'll hit that.
Or it could be an accident. God. There are also reports of U.S. forces intercepting a ballistic missile that was headed into Turkish airspace or was already over Turkish airspace. Now, Iran's armed forces denied responsibility for these attacks, which so far is a first in this conflict.
Oh, that's the bot. Ignore the bot.
For the attack, though, which is not a first in the conflict.
That's for like bad links. That's fine.
Where separatist groups inside Pakistan are now fighting on Iran's
North
southeast
Korea's
border.
Still in the war.
America and Israel blew up the ballistic missiles.
I mean, they're sending soldiers to Ukraine.
It's through a new type of warfare that has never been put into wide-scale action before. It's the new sensor-shooter model. There are many networked warfare graphs out there that were just theory before this war that are actually now being put into practice. Look at all these. We thought these were just...
Oh shit, I remember about this. This is actually pretty cool.
It's a new type of warfare that has never been put into wide-scale action before. It's the new sensor-shooter model. This
is such a cool concept. I know I shouldn't be like praising it too much, but like it's like in terms of like me, you guys know me, I'm fascinated with this kind of like weapon systems and like how war is made and things like that.
Many networked warfare graphs out there that were just theory before this war that are actually now being put into practice. Look at all these. We thought these were just wishful thinking, but fire is now distributed across the entire shared network. What all those buzzwords
here's the explanation
is that
for it.
Satellites overhead instantly identify the location of ballistic missile launch sites by Iran. They detect them from its extremely high heat signature. Those coordinates are then passed instantly to the entire fighter fleet, the whole network of 400 combat aircraft. The closest F-35 is then tasked with shooting the launcher. Fires off an air-to-ground missile, destroying it without ever having to even see or detect it. Then the F-35 detects another launcher and passes that targeting data to another friendly aircraft or naval assets with Tomahawk cruise missiles. That's just wild to see.
It's insane. It's kind of cool. I'm not going to deny it is kind of cool. Like, it's literally like it's literally that meme of like, oh, I see that baddie, go fuck her. Like, go fuck that guy's mom. And then the wingman next to me is like, Roger, I'm gonna go fuck that guy's mom. You guys have no idea what I'm talking about. It's a dumb meme I saw a while back with fighter jet pilots. So I think it was from Ace Combat or something like that. But the point is, like, you can call something out and your buddy can take care of it for you. Or a satellite can see it for you, and then you take care of it. Or you can call it, and then someone else takes care of it. It's all interconnected. So like say you took out a target, but you need to go back to the aircraft carrier to reload or refuel. But you make note of another target on your way back. So like instead of like just ignoring it and having it potentially get squirreled away on your return trip, you just like let your buddies know, and then they can take care of it. It's insane. It's
in practice,
kind of neat
after it being theory for so long. Here we see new footage of American B-52 bombers taking off to conduct missions over Iran. But these are armed with long-range standoff missiles, which Tyler Rodgeway from the War Zone suggested that America doesn't have full air supremacy yet. According to General Dan Kane, America has hit over 2,000 targets inside of Iran and has gained localized air superiority across the southern flank of Iran. And that they're now starting to slowly chip away and expand inland, striking progressively deeper.
Cool. I like
because
it.
Reaper drones overhead are creating what you can think of as like a 24/7 CCTV surveillance. Drones overhead are creating...
I just realized he has he has Call of Duty numbers going up whenever they hit the target. It is like I was making a joke and I was like, "Oh my god, it's like a kill streak. You're calling in the missile and you're remote guiding it in, and then you get like you get the points because you took out like 300 guys." And now
you can think of as like a 24/7.
The only thing is missing is like the little like X symbol whenever you hit a target.
CCTV surveillance feed. Real-time surveillance of whenever Iran.
That should be 2. There was like 2 things. There was like 2 planes, right? That should be like plus 100, plus 200.
Missile. Or as the official White House account put it, a Call of Duty call streak is called in.
Yeah.
When we look at launching from underground silos, it takes far longer to fire those type of missiles. U.S. forces, the type of silos that we have here in America, I believe it takes about 24 hours to reload one of those underground missile silos and fire another volley. The rate of fire for mobile launchers is much faster. So from firing these protected sites, it's much slower. But troops continue to face a determined and dangerous enemy inside of Iran anyway. For Iran's part, they've inflicted some serious significant damage as well.
Yeah, they've
confirmed
hit some
damage to U.S. military equipment are a few radar stations, including the ANS FPS-132, we believe, which is a strategic level asset worth billions of dollars. These are the systems that are responsible for tracking incoming ballistic missiles, and they've been hit. The IRGC in Iran is trying to disrupt the U.S. military's ability to communicate and coordinate. ISW reported that the strikes damaged several buildings, including aircraft shelters and equipment warehouses in Kuwait. Open source intel on X said, quote, satellite images show Iranian attacks on U.S. Ali al-Salim Air Base in Kuwait impacted over 20 hits. A Patriot.
This is why, like, there's this one particular piece of equipment. It's still experimental from what I understand, but this needs to be pushed out. I swear this is real. Laser anti-drone. Right. Yeah, they're doing something like this. They have a anti-drone ball. It's like a ball. Did I just see this in my dreams and it's not real? Laser anti-drone system shocked the world. Yeah, this is from like a year or 2 ago. A video of it. Or is this like still as a constant? When does it come out? No, this wasn't the video I was like thinking of. I swear it's something like this.
And have less power in order to.
But yeah, something like that. Like, I swear I saw this either in another video. It was like literally a ball, and you just put it on like the back of a truck, and it just turns and constantly like shooting down drones. I know this is like I've seen this like a concept as another thing. Like I think that's like the ultimate anti-drone or anti-missile countermeasure. It's literally just like you have like 1 or 2 of these things on a base, and it just targets incoming projectiles and just like zaps it out of the air with like just with ionized beams.
Destroy and target those lighter UAVs lighting base. As you will see, it's going to be attacked by both mortar and one-way attack UAVs simultaneously. So the laser weapon system this time is fitted on a truck.
This has to be a pretty big truck with a power supply.
Threats are about to be launched. Now the mortar has been launched. The threat is detected. And in this case,
it basically just uses AI to target and find an incoming projectile and just like zap it out of the sky. That's literally the same type of drone. That's the Shahed, with the infamous drone that Iran loves to use.
Rocket artillery mortar system. Here there's a simultaneous attack of mortar and UAVs. So the system targets first the mortar because it's coming in faster, and then the UAVs.
Yeah, you just need to burn out the engine so it lands. Like, we need something like this. Like, this would be the perfect thing. If we had something like this, like, now, in mass... Oh, there's, like, my glasses. That would be perfect. We'd be done. We wouldn't have this problem anymore. Okay, 104%. 104 Patriots are probably just more versatile and easy to produce. Well, the thing is, the Patriot East missile costs like, oh shit. Let me look it up actually. How much is the Patriot missile? How much is a Patriot missile? I think that's a lot. 3.7 to 7 million per shot. I mean, we have it already, so like, you know, use it. But like, if we could get something like this, it just needs a big generator to power it. I think that would, I think in the long term, we need to move to something like this, honestly. Or actually, one of the other videos I was gonna go over has a good example of, like, what else we could like potentially be using.
Air defense system, hangars, radars, launchers, and other
anti-drone laser show ball does sound like a dream. I swear, it was shaped like a ball. The one I saw.
Missiles were still hitting American military bases in Bahrain and around the Gulf.
Like, that's like their kind of strategy. Just like just stall us out, because like we'll get to it, but like the map has already been done. We cannot exceed a certain amount in this conflict, because if it does exceed that, then we're just gonna. The theory is that we're just gonna cut our losses and leave, and that's it, and just like pretend that like, oh, mission accomplished, we ruined their thing, and now it's up to them to take care of it. We don't even see like the conclusion like through properly. Don't worry, that map has already been done. We haven't exceeded the amount yet, but it could get pretty. It's gonna get expensive. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's their whole strategy. Just starve us out, essentially, in terms of cash.
The most damage with its hitting of soft targets, though, civilian assets like oil
tanks. But they're doing the correct thing of, instead of like intercepting missiles, because again, it's like several millions per missile interception. Instead of doing that, just get rid of the missiles in the first place. A JDAM costs like $2,000, I think. This drop one JDAM and take out like a bunch of missiles, then you know, shoot down one missile that's already in flight for several million. You know, the math kind of does itself, right?
So if you just look at the maritime traffic platform here, around 200 oil tankers remain at anchor in open waters. What is more clear is that what is happening at sea, though, because a U.S. Navy attack submarine attacked an Iranian warship that was leaving port from a joint Indian training exercise. So they were chilling. They thought they were just coming back from this training exercise. And then the Iranian naval vessel, the IRS.
I did hear about this. It was literally, I think the headline was the first submarine attack since World War II.
Dina, that had 130 sailors aboard, operating far from home in the waters of Sri Lanka. This massive vessel, about 1,500 tons.
Also, the way it took it out is kind of impressive. It didn't do it like how do you expect? The way modern torpedoes work.
The American submarine was just waiting for them.
Just look at it.
You're looking at unclassified released combat footage of the sinking here. The U.S. attack submarine launched the Navy's primary heavyweight torpedo, the Mark 48. The Mark 48 is designed specifically to destroy large warships. It homes in using sonar. It can chase targets at speeds up to 50 knots, which is nearly twice as fast as the Iranian Dina could go. Well,
it doesn't even hit it. It just causes it to implode on itself.
Typically detonates beneath the ship, not against the hull like you might think. That detonation uses a proximity magnetic fuse. The torpedo senses the ship's metal hull overhead and explodes.
$4 million. Why is it so expensive?
Directly underneath.
I swear.
So instead of punching a hole through it, the blast creates a massive gas bubble that lifts the ship upward. That cavity then collapses. And this sudden loss of support literally snaps a ship's keel in half. What makes the incident notable is the range. It demonstrates that U.S. subs, and really any sub, can silently track and destroy vessels thousands of miles away, and reinforcing America's undersea dominance across the Indian Ocean. It's also a reminder how vulnerable surface ships can be to underwater threats. CENTCOM says they've struck or sunk more than 20 Iranian ships so far. The Iranian foreign minister...
Not 30. Like I said, I think the only thing that's left are, like, strike craft. Like, you know, basically small speedboats with guns on them. Something that you could go buy right now. For, like, maybe... couple 10 grand. And just fit it out with a bunch of guns.
Abbas Archie on Thursday confirmed all this, saying the U.S. will bitterly
the assault rubber duckies. Yes, that's the technical term. Thank you for reminding me.
An atrocity at sea, 2,000 miles away from Iran's shores, saying, "Mark my words, the U.S. will come to bitterly regret the precedent it has set." But that wasn't the end
might regret it in our wallet,
because that was the
doubt you're gonna
first
do much
torpedo strike
that.
since World War II, and now this is the first F-35 stealth fighter jet recorded kill in history.
Oh yeah,
this footage was released by Israel of the engagement. The shootdown of a piloted aircraft was announced by the Israeli Defense Forces on March 4th, 2026. This is the most recent dogfight. Footage circulated online. The Israeli F-35 Adir, piloted by one of their most junior fighter pilots, reportedly got into a dogfight with an Iranian Air Force Yak-130. This is a Russian-made aircraft that is used as a reconnaissance and light attack aircraft. It's one of the most advanced fighters that Iran has in its inventory, and it's meant to mimic.
It's got like such a bulbous cockpit. I don't know. I kind of like it. It's dead, but I kind of like it.
Fourth and fifth generation fighters. Even outdated aircraft can be a serious threat for fighters in the
sky. I don't know. Like, I'm not a big fan of Soviet craft, but like I actually kind of like this one.
Ordnance on 9 hard points under its wings. With its
you might as well send a Chihuahua against a bear. The bear analogy.
Cockpit, it's able to fire guided air-to-air missiles. We hear the Israeli Air Force Chief Major General Tamar Bar.
Actually, that's not true. The Chihuahua didn't even see the bear. And the bear took it out from dozens of miles away, I think.
Over the radio, quote, "The historic interception over the skies of Tehran is an expression of the Air Force's power and your personal determination. The next mission is already waiting for you." The Yak is far outclassed by the F-35, flies slower at subsonic speeds, and has light radar capabilities in comparison. Carries the R-73 short-range missiles. The F-35 detected the Yak-130 first with its APG-81 radar and its passive sensors. An official said that the dogfight was over quickly in just a few seconds. A commander, Brigadier General Dalid of the
was it even a dogfight?
Spoke to reporters and said this about the engagement: "We identified the plane, locked on it, and launched a missile. The Iranian plane endangered our aircraft. It could have hit our plane, so we shot it down." The Yak-130 never saw it coming because the F-35 stealth jet reduced its detection range. At this stage, the missile is flying about Mach 4 and guiding itself. That's 4 times the max speed of the Yak-130. Typically, detonation is about 3 to 10 meters from the aircraft, and it sends out 40 pounds of high explosives with a fragmentation sleeve. They slice through the aircraft like a shotgun blast. The Israeli Air Base commander said that the F-35
fired hey, Josie, this is the rant stuff. Yes, we are talking about the what's going on in Iran. You weren't here yet, Josie, but I did say last weekly debrief, that I'm gonna be talking about like geopolitics, conflicts, and stuff like that, because like this stuff genuinely fascinates me, and I do like talking about it. So I hope you don't mind if it's not your cup of tea. Like I completely understand if you have to step away. But I feel about the overall. I assume you mean about the overall conflict. My overall thing is that I rather it didn't happen, because I rather not get into it. The U.S. get into another conflict. Period. That being said, I understand the rationale behind it, because Iran is connected to China, which are through the oil production, and we're trying to like stifle their potential. The potential of like a war in Taiwan. So if they have less oil, they're less likely to do the attack. Also, the Iranian regime is just bad news in general, and they have kind of just been bad news for like the longest time now, and they're not really, you can't really negotiate with them. It's literally the best way you can kind of describe it that I've heard is like it's kind of kicking the can down the road. We're just constantly ignoring them, but they're constantly like, you know, doing more and more terrible things to like, you know, other Americans as well as you know, allies as well. So again, I'd rather it not happen, but I understand the rationale behind it. If it's done quickly, like they keep saying, it's gonna be done in just a couple weeks at most. then great. If not, I'm gonna get more. I'm gonna like it less and less as it goes on. So yeah. Drones for oh yeah, they also make drones for Russia, which we're trying to stop that war in Ukraine as well. So that's gonna be another thing that hopefully, liver, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, but no dance force, government euthanasia, chopping. I don't think they're involved in fentanyl. It's other stuff. It's other stuff. It is complicated, but no worries, Josie. I know you're just joking, but. Either way, it's more like the conflict itself that I want to study. Like, the tactics being used, the equipment being used, as well as overall, effects that it's causing in like the wider theater of war.
Was in midst of
I hope that's a sufficient answer.
He said the F-35 knows how to do this very quickly and accurately. So they were carrying a mix of bombs and air-to-air missiles. The Israeli Air Base commander said, quote, the Iranian Air Force understands that it is inferior and under significant threat. Despite this, it is trying
the lightning, right? Yeah, the lightning
to carry out missions that will disrupt us. That was the situation that led to this. The Air Base commander said we encounter the enemy during our sorties in Iran, but it is a weak enemy.
Yeah. I'm the bunny commander, so it's not just a gimmick. I am genuinely fascinated by war and guns and military equipment and tactics and logistics and all the bits and pieces that go into making war. I am fascinated by, legitimately, as well as the conflicts themselves. Whether or not I agree with a conflict at all, it's really moot. It's more that I want to learn from it,
100 American and Israeli fighter jets in the sky have faced off against a large Iranian Air Force, although it's questionable how many are operational. We know that before the 2026 war, the Islamic Republic of Iran had relatively large but extremely aging fleet. Much of it was from the 1970s.
Oh yeah, I heard about the Tomcats, and everybody's like mourning the Tomcats are going to be dying soon.
What you want to count
if that, I think a lot of them have already been taken down on the ground. Taken out on the ground.
At around 400 aircraft with roughly 150 operational combat.
Right now, I heard of the Burr, the A-10s again. Oh yeah, where are the A-10s? I heard that they're sending in A-10s, but I haven't seen them yet, and I want to see the A-10s fly again. They've been trying to retire that old girl for years, but just when they're about to send her out, they bring her back in. Okay, one more mission, girl. Let's get in there.
Craft and 30,000 Air Force personnel. They had 63.
We're disagreeing on the adjustments, though, especially the idea that Iran can't be negotiated with. They were at the table literally when the first strike occurred. The problem that, from what I understand with the negotiation, yes, they were at the table, but they absolutely refused to discuss things like the nuclear deal, as well as things like providing supplies to Russia, as well as not working with China anymore, and all this other stuff. Yes, they were at the table, but there's a difference between talking and good faith talking. They were literally just running around in circles, just refusing to acknowledge the main issue that they were trying to get a hold of. They were basically talking to a wall, and either they were basically gaslighting them the entire time, and just ignoring the main issues. So I understand why you can't. Yes, there were negotiations in quotations going on, but it wasn't. It was basically just running around in circles. Plenty of other top guys, and they were offering up historic concessions. I never heard of that. F-14s, because we gave them to them a long time ago.
F-4 Phantoms and 41 of the F-14 Tomcats.
Yeah,
along with
I agree with that. The Tomcat. Yeah, see the fucking Tomcats. Unfortunate. A lot of people I seen a lot of Zen Xers getting really upset that the Tomcats are going, because it's a historic I mean, these aren't Tomcats, but you know what I mean.
30 MiG-29s along with 2 dozen of the Su-24s and Su-22s.
Excuse me.
The IDF had just finished
zero rating stop. Oh wait, excuse me. Though they were offering zero uranium stockpiles in good faith when they dropped bombs on the meeting for the second time. They did the same last year.
Bombing Iran.
Because they kept enriching it. Because the way I understand, the enrichment beyond 30%, you don't need that any higher than that unless you're actually going into gonna make weapons. no country in history has ever gone beyond. I think it's 30%. No one has ever gone beyond higher than that and not made a nuclear weapon. Period. No country ever. And so we're just gonna like believe that the country that constantly screams "Death to America" are not gonna go, are just doing it just for funsies. We're gonna go to that mythical above 30% just for funsies, and we're not gonna make a weapon out of it. I'm calling bullshit. I'm sorry, but I have to call bullshit on that. And when they dropped the bombs on the meeting for the second time, what the meeting where they got the decapitation strike, there was nobody there. That meeting, well, I mean, there were people there. Obviously, it was the top brass of their military, but they weren't there to discuss negotiations. They were there because it was their own private meeting. They just knew about it because I think they had like Israeli intelligence about it, something like that. But it wasn't like they weren't gonna meet them there. SA, not trying to fight. No, it's okay, Josie. Like, if you want to challenge me, challenge me. Like, it's better that we have all this out in the open. Like I said, like, I'm more lukewarm about like the war in general,
as they were trying to take off, apparently.
But I do understand the mentality behind it.
Like, so in
and I'm just trying to explain like the reasoning behind it. Like, whether you agree with the reasoning, if it's a good reason or not, like, that's fine. That's up to you. I'm just explaining the reasoning. A little more into the circumstances of when the bomb started falling.
F4 and F5 were hit.
Also, hey, Ryan, welcome.
Iranian manned tactical jets follows 2.
Yeah, you don't need more than 30% for a power plant unless you're powering bombs. Exactly. Like, literally, no other country in history has gone beyond 30% and not made a nuclear weapon. So forgive me if I'm not gonna just take them at their word for it. They chant death to America because there is a long history of us interfering in their country. We overthrew a popular socialist government and installed the Shah, which is the Shah. Throne and Islamic Republic took power under the Ayatollah. Yeah, and the Ayatollah turned out to be like even worse. Like, I'm not gonna say that doing that was bad back then, but there's a difference between, like, you know, fixing a problem and then making it worse.
That occurred at the hands
Western
of the
powers have nuclear deterrence, at least if you want to be independent. I mean, no. the best way they can do it is literally to just stop doing anything. Like, we live in the modern world where you don't have to do that. Like, we can talk, we can do that.
Which swatted away a pair of suits.
Like, during the Obama years, we were literally sending them money, like crates of cash, basically begging them to, like, hey, we'll work with you, we'll do whatever you want. And, like, okay, and this is another thing, like, don't take this as fact. This is just something I heard. Apparently, at one point, and, like, again, this is not, I have no way of confirming this is just rumor. I heard at one point they literally offered them free nuclear energy forever. Let me say that again. Free nuclear energy forever as part of the deal. And they basically just said no to that. They don't want it. They want to make their bomb. That doesn't sound like someone who wants to hurt them anymore moving forward.
24 fencers out of the sky. The Qatar Air Force.
When we had a treaty that allowed us to inspect their facilities. Yes, under their terms. Where they had armed guards following the inspectors the entire time and telling them where and when they could go to certain places. Do you think they actually let them go wherever they want while they were there? The whole nuclear deal was just a plain bad deal. That's all I can really tell you.
According to Oceanit Defender, used an F-15QA and shot down the pair. And they were detected crossing the Persian Gulf
got lost.
at low altitudes in the direction of Qatar, with officials telling CNN that the Su-24s came within 2 minutes.
And also, like, I am for I am for an independent Iran. I just don't want them under this regime. Like I would hope, I'm hoping that what comes out of this conflict is a actual ally to the world as a whole, not just America, but like all Western powers, period. And they're not, and for their leader to not be a fucking Hitler 3.0 or whatever you want to call him, not one that like literally rapes women before executing them so that they don't go to heaven. That's literally something they do, and it doesn't kill tens of thousands of their protesters whenever they're trying to, like, you know, renew their government. So I'm sorry, it's just, you know what, I'm gonna stop apologizing. Like, they don't deserve the benefit of the doubt. If you want to say that we shouldn't be the ones doing this, sure, fine, I understand that. But these aren't good people, and you shouldn't be defending them. Also, TLA, excuse me. I didn't catch that just now. I was arguing. Here you go. Mwah. Thank you for the redeem. Appreciate it.
It's of long.
Well, this dream either, but this has never worked. Western innovations, the Middle East has never made things better.
Strikes on.
Okay, there you go. That's an argument I can kind of agree with. Yeah, you are right. That's why I'm hoping that this will be different, because we are actively
U.S. forces at the.
We're hoping that, like, the people on the ground, you know, the actual, you know, protesters that were there, that, you know, what's left of them, considering again they killed 30,000 up to like 40,000 of them in like one weekend alone. Hopefully those people will rise up and take the government for themselves. That's what I hope. I want that to happen. Now you can say that's a pipe dream. You can say that I'm being naive. But if nothing else, there's two things we can definitely get out of. I want three things, but there's two things that we can. There's two things that this campaign can at the very least get. One, cripple all their missile capabilities. And two, including nuclear, and two, cripple their ability to apply oil to China for a potential future Taiwan war. The third option that I would like is that for a free Iran to come out of this, run by their people with, you know, a proper republic, not a religious theocracy. That would be ideal, obviously. But I think at the very least we can get those first two objectives.
Al Udeid Air Base. Watching the skies is eerie to see, though.
Now, is it going to be worth it in the long run? We'll see. It depends on how long this goes, how much money is spent. I think those goals are good, but whether or not it's worth it, we'll see. We've yet to see.
Closures over Sudan and Africa, over Ukraine and Eastern Europe, and now over the Middle East.
No. Don't worry, Josie. I get the position. I've heard the position. I'm just explaining why it's not correct. Not that I'm correcting you. I'm just like I'm giving you the counter to that.
Least if war were to happen in the Pacific, this
would be worse. Certainly, all previous intervention point to this.
No air travel.
Yeah,
something I've
like I get the what do we call it? I get the fear. I get the fear of it, because like, yeah, past interventions have not gone well. That's why I brought up at the very beginning Cappy. He is a veteran from Afghanistan. Or was it Iraq? I forgot. Whatever. He served in the Middle East too, and he was part of these operations, and he saw how terribly it went. And he's very much a skeptic in of himself. I think he hasn't really like given his like political opinion on it, but I think he is of the mind that, like, kind of similar to you, Josie, that past experience shows that this can go very, very, very badly if this isn't done correctly. So he's been very vocal about his skepticism as well, and I understand that. But that's why I gave you those three objectives. Like, at the very least, I think the first two can be achieved fairly easily. The third one, I absolutely would be over the moon for. My greatest concern is the Iranian people. I personally think the China threat is overblown. Same as I feel about the Iran threat. The China threat isn't really overthrown, because like literally every major military strategist and think tank is pretty confident that Taiwan is going to become a major target. Hey, it's right there. If something is not done soon, at the very least, like, we need to like set up deterrence, make it so that Taiwan is such a hard target that they won't even try in the first place. And like I'm kind of like 100% on that pretty much, and that's 100% a defensive war at that point. And yeah, obviously I want the people to be okay too, but I also listen to the people, and I just see a bunch of native Iranians, you know, people in the country and outside of the country who are cheering this on. They love that this is happening. They're happy that the Ayatollah is dead. They're happy that their land is being freed. And they're also not strangers to war. They know, and like anybody who knows war knows that unfortunately civilians often pay the worst price. And I think they're aware of that. But yet they're still cheering. They're still happy that this is happening, even if it means that some of them are not going to be able to see a free Iran by the end of it. So I'm primarily on their side, and I hope they get what they want in the end. I hope they can go back home and go back to their grandparents and parents that they had to leave behind because of all this and all that. And I already know what you're gonna say. The US is not doing it for them. Like, yeah, probably not. It doesn't. But the point is, like, doing something can be positive for you as well as other people. Is to be left to overthrow their regime on their own. The problem is they couldn't do that. They literally were wiped out within a weekend. They couldn't do it on their own. They need some sort of outside help. It gets harder and harder for regimes to be overthrown as time goes on. Like, I remember seeing something with like North Korea, for example. Like it's almost next to impossible for people to just flee the country at this point. That's why I win this. Vietnam at best. The good news I can give you about that is that I'm pretty sure once I already mentioned this like in the past with before you got here, Josie, that as soon as it gets too expensive, I'm pretty sure the United States is just gonna leave. Like they're just gonna fuck off. It's not gonna. I highly doubt it's gonna be a particularly extensive conflict, because there is very much a budget going on here, and once that is exceeded, either whether objectives have been achieved or not, I'm pretty sure the fleet is just gonna fuck off. Because like that, the Chinese threat that I did, like, you might not take it seriously, but the United States military does take it seriously, and every missile that's being used here can be used in that conflict in the future. So they're not gonna just like waste it all here. There is a budget. As soon as it's exceeded, we're done. We're leaving. Attacking their country doesn't free them. I mean, I agree with that. They have to do it themselves. We're just giving them the opportunity to do it themselves.
The billion-dollar question, though, that everyone is asking is
military
whether or not
industrial
Iran
complex
will be
is.
able to continue.
Yes, that it's that it perpetual war for the sake of money. Yeah, I get that. But there is an inventory. There is an amount of money that you have to spend. Nothing comes from nothing. There is a finite amount of missiles that we have available to us. We can't just use it all, and then, because anything, like I said, every missile used here cannot be used in the Pacific later. We're not talking about like grandeur conspiracy and things like that. There is a finite amount to everything.
Continue firing ballistic missiles and drones long enough to drain the U.S. and its allies of other sectors.
Maybe in the 2000s, but not now. Especially because like production since the Iraq War has only gone down. It's only in like the past like 2 or 3 years that we stepped it back up again because of the invasion in Ukraine, the potential conflict in Taiwan. It's only recently that production has gone up, and I know that for a fact. We're not constantly printing or making explosives and missiles and artillery shells and bullets and all that. Like, it's not a constant thing.
Really good assessment, I think.
No, I can't say bombing Israel. That's stupid. I guess you can't. I mean, you just said it, didn't you? I mean, you should be able to say that. I'm sorry if Twitch doesn't let you.
That's what this is. Basic fucking retarded reverse calculation. It shows the known number, which is reported that 282 ballistic missiles
got one of your
intercepted
messages
so far. So if we assume, this is what this account did, they assumed 70 were U.S. engaged threats, 80 were estimated to be Patriot interceptors that were fired. So they estimated a 3,000.
Yeah, here's what I was talking about. Yeah, see, we only have about 3,000 Patriot missiles, like, that we know of. Yes, more are being made, yes, but it's still a finite amount. These weapon systems do not come out of nowhere.
Production capacity is believed to be between 300 and 620 Patriot missile interceptors produced per year, so we're talking about less than 30% of 1 year's production run. The question is, though, will the amount of interceptors, the rate that they're fired, increase or decrease over the coming days? If it stays the same, it will eat into the overall stockpiles larger. If not, it's a negligible amount. Also, these numbers are estimates.
Yeah. This is all just, like I said, it's literally just a numbers game, math. Like, there's no such thing as infinite money. Yes, there is. You can argue for the what was it called, the military industrial complex. Yes, but that's over years. This conflict that's over, like, literally decades. We can't. That's not something sustainable with current stockpiles if this lasts for too long. United States doesn't really get to choose when the war is over. I can keep bombing our bases allies in the region when our carriers leave. Hell, they're bombing them now that we were here. Yeah, they are. And as we went into the very beginning of this video, their ability to bomb has gone, like, significantly down. They're down 90% from the start of this conflict. So they're clearly doing something. Again, I understand, Josie. You don't agree with it, and that's fine. Like, I'm with you in the sense that I'd rather this had not happened, but at the same time, again, I understand the mentality, or, like, the logic behind it. That's greatly exaggerated, proven by today's renewed barrage. I mean, is it exaggerated if they literally did the math for it? Where is it? Here we go. Oh shit. Yeah, here. You can literally count how many have come down, and it's gone down by 90%. Oh, sorry, 86%. I was off. And if there was a recent barrage, as of today, this is from yesterday. I'll give you that. Let me see. What was the recent news about this? Let's look at that. This is from 2 days ago. Six ballistic from 13 hours ago. Close-in artillery. That's what we known about. Is this the one you're talking about? Where's this on? Times of India. I'm not sure why India is covering the most places.
Its sixth missile attack on Israel in just 9 hours, as the war between the two countries continues to intensify. According to medics, there are no reports of injuries following the latest ballistic missile strike. A small number of missiles were fired from Iran, setting off air raid sirens across parts of southern Israel. Israeli authorities say there were no reports of direct impacts. The Israel Defense Forces Home Front Command later confirmed that civilians in areas where sirens sounded could leave their bomb shelters. The Israeli military said it had detected the launch of ballistic missiles from Iran after a lull.
Hold on, let me go back to
the IDF warned
this
that
chart.
Sirens were expected to sound in central Israel in the coming minutes as the missiles approached. The attacks come amid continuing exchanges of fire as the conflict between Israel and Iran.
Yeah, they're targeting the UAE primarily. I was right about that. They still have launches. I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying that I never said that the launches are gone. I'm just saying that it's dramatically diminished. And it does make sense that they're going after the UAE primarily because they wait, did they attack the UAE today? Last to UAE. What was the most recent one? Latest, yeah, sure. No, that's no. That's Tehran. That's Iran being hit. Diminished. Yeah, I never said that it was they were completely spent. I just said diminished. Prepared to confront threats as Iran attacks continue. Oh yeah, here's that thing I was talking about where the Crown Prince went to the pilots that were shot down and like personally apologized to them. Again, I think that was like pretty sweet of them. Buildings in Dubai evacuated after interception of projectiles. 9 hours ago. I also, let me see if I can find that article. What was it called? Apologizes. Yeah, apologizes for attacks on neighbors. Yeah. Yeah, he recently apologized for strikes on neighbors. But apparently he kept hitting them. If what you're saying is true, that they kept hitting the UAE, that doesn't sound like an apology to me. Just saying. Defender Israel. Okay, that's just a strike against them. I don't know about their strikes. And of course, it's just striking Israel. They're always striking Israel. But have you seen the speculation that ground troops will be deployed by the U.S.? Apparently, units are canceling exercises and getting deployment notices. That I really hope is not true. If it does happen, like they cannot be there for like, they can't do it. They can't fucking do it. This can't put beyond like maybe like small units of special forces. They can't do like large troop formations. Because at that point, like the war is going to become incredibly unpopular. And I already acknowledge that it already is unpopular, and they're not going to be able to like continue it. I do not. I personally do not want boots on the ground unless like again like small special forces. Oh god, excuse me. It's part of the strategy. Prove the USA doesn't have the Gulf states' backs in wartime. I mean, I think they do. I mean, I don't think this is a good strategy because you're just making them, you're just pissing them off. Like, why would you? You're just. It's like me punching you and then saying I'm sorry. So are you gonna help me against the guy that I don't like now? That doesn't make sense. Keep this going. Oh, it just started. Okay. Wait. I'm gonna stop hosting U.S. forces. No. I think the reason they're doing it, and like this is the explanation that was given to me, is that they want to disrupt global trade because they can't really fight the war itself. So they just want to force the economy, the world economy, basically into standstill. You know, hit everybody in their wallet instead. That's why they're like locking down the Strait of Hormuz and everything so jealously. It's a bonus. No. That's the main strategy. The bonus would be to like get them to get U.S. states, U.S. bases out of there. They can do both. I mean, of course they can do both. But that's their biggest selling. That is their biggest card that they can play, which is the stranglehold they could have on the world economy. How far along is this? Oh, nothing else. Anyway, so we saw that one. Sorry, I missed some of your stuff. Let me go back. Okay. Where's analysis? Think. Okay. I think they want to have a strategic impact in the region. Of course they do. I mean,
If there is one aspect of the Iran war that is generating
God, we already like an hour and a half in, and we haven't even talked about the other stuff.
It is how the United States and its partners in the Middle East
have handled time even for this. What was the point of this one? Easily as Ukraine. Okay, basically this was about like Ukraine is offering assistance not just to the United States but also all the local regions who I would like to remind you are very upset with Iran right now. You know, the other Muslim states, they're actually offering to help local regions, including the UAE, Saudi Arabia. They're offering to go in and help them with anti-drone countermeasures, like provide drones themselves as well as expertise on it. Where is that particular drone that they were looking into bringing? Yeah, these little things. This is like the second best thing. I still say the laser is like the long-term thing, but a swarm of these guys, these are like anti-drones. Basically, you just go up to them and like crash into them to like just knock them out of the air. And I think each one of these is only like a couple grand at most. So again, very cost effective as far as anti-missile capabilities. Hope these save some lives. Hopefully, like I said, like it's everyone like kind of coming together against Iran. So hopefully that'll like again shorten the conflict.
Literally discussing the exact strategy that Starmer's comments made it
censoring at once. Oh my god, just so you know,
seem like was a complete mystery. And if you wanted to get
you're getting really dangerously close to like actually coming to bat for the regime, and the regime are not the good guys in this period. Like I get it, you don't want conflict at all, but that doesn't mean you should like support the actual bad guys.
Ukraine shoots down Russian drones once they have crossed the border because
yeah, but who's trying to blow up in civilian targets? It's not the US, it's not the other countries in the region. It's the Iranians. And before you pull up that story about like the school, yeah, I knew you were gonna pull up the schoolgirl thing. 175 kids. Oh yes, okay. There are two. There's no 100% confirmation on that. Okay, but first and foremost, that story is coming from Iran. You know, the totalitarian theocracy dictatorship that I remind you rape women before executing them so that they don't go to heaven. Let me remind you, that's the regime we're talking about. That was from them. So I am very much not going to take them for their word. Secondly, a second point, there are two more likely explanations. One, either that was their own damn fault, like they literally fired a missile, it failed, and then came crashing back down. So it was their own damn missile, and they decided to take advantage of it and spin it as a propaganda piece. Or the second option, the school was right next to a military base, you know, a legitimate target. That seems to keep happening. These terrorists, because that's effectively what they are. They fund terrorists, so I'm just gonna call them that. They love to use innocent people as human shields, and then cry and complain when the innocent people are hurt, and then call their opposition monsters and terrible, awful people. That seems to keep fucking happening. And that is a war crime, by the way. You're not allowed to put missiles or weapon stockpiles or anything that's like related to war inside or around places where, you know, innocent people can be, you know, like hospitals or schools or places of worship. You're not supposed to have weapons and soldiers inside those places. That is a war crime. I know this because I read it. You can't do that. It's almost like these zealots don't follow the rules and do everything in their power to make themselves look like the victim and then get away with it. We investigated ourselves and found ourselves guilty already. What? U.S. military said they believe it was the U.S. military. Send me that. Is it? Oh, okay. So the second explanation, according to you, is true. So they put a school right next to a military base, which is something you shouldn't do. Put schools under military bases too. Yeah, they have housing for their excuse me. They have housing for their soldiers. That's not the same as having like a whole school dedicated. You know, the space was in Iran, and the Iranians can't do that. And that the Iranians can't do that. What do you mean? Did you know that the space was in Iran and the Iranians can't? What do you mean by that? U.S. school complexes with sports fields on U.S. bases. But yeah, they do that.
Because there is no.
You know what? You're right. That's not good either. U.S. bases. I have 2. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like the housing for the soldiers as well as their immediate families. Excuse me. God damn it. Oh, I'm sorry. Tioy. Pian. Did I miss your? No, I didn't miss that. Okay. Well, did we do it too? Yeah, they shouldn't be doing that then either. That also is I didn't say it was okay to bomb the school. I'm just saying that it was right next to a legitimate target, and they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Viable alternative for Kyiv. Sure, Ukraine's military has its own set of long-range attack drones. And although refineries receive the most attention both in terms of news stories and Ukraine's actual targeting, some of those drones try to hit the factory.
I'm not justifying the bombing of a school, Josie. I'm saying they targeted a actual military base, and there was a school right next to it. I don't want the school to be bombed. That's not what I'm saying. And this is skewing my words. We've seen the strike patterns on the base and school. Strike patterns on the base and school. What do you mean by that? Like, deliver it to me. Do you really think that we're actively targeting schools when the whole point of the strategy is to have the locals take care of it themselves? Let's see. The Department of Education, schools looking at you on U.S. military bases worldwide. That is a terrible fucking practice. Why are they doing that? They need to like stop doing that. Like for real. That is AI, but defense education activity operates on 60 globally. Let me see. It says they operate schools, but I'm not sure if they're like on the bases themselves. Yeah. Wait, for dealing with this. I mean, it's good practice. Believe an Iranian target was in the school, we would bomb it, yes. I guess if it's just counting for you. What do you mean if it's just counting for me? Like, I'm agreeing with you. If there are schools on military bases, they should not be there. Like that is just not okay. I think the what do you call it? The justification would be like, oh, it's a military base, and then it happens to have a school inside of it, which is not. I still think that's just like a technicality. That's not okay. It's just not safe in general. There are outrageous civilian casualties. I mean, you don't have to give them benefit of the doubt, but I'm just telling you, like, they're never intentional targets, because it produces, this kind of thought. Like, there's this kind of like mentality that they're doing it on purpose when it's not. It's definitely not on purpose. I believe the last civilian targeting was in World War II. Or maybe the Vietnam War, but that definitely isn't the case anymore. God, this is very much not okay. Gunning for the school, I think they didn't care. They were there in the way, and that's morally bankrupt. Let me look into that. What was it again? Okay, yeah. Let me see how this goes. Yeah, I'm just seeing that. Okay, now we're getting like conflicting. Now the US is saying that it was them who did it. Now this one is saying US investigation points to likely something an Iran school strike. What's to say? Lecture, school. Okay, so they were hitting this, and the school was right there. If this is like a true map. Matt. Kegsbreath. Show during the public briefing. Yeah, is this a map? Zoom in? Yeah, I'm looking at it. I can see. It's right there. And this is what was hit. I can see the craters. They're right there. As big as I can get it. Is there like a bigger one? This is following the strike in a school. You know, this one's saying that Israel did it. Following the section in school. So is this a different school or there's another one? Also, that's as big as I can get. Let me see if I can get it bigger actually. Can I make this bigger? There you go. I think that might be a crater. I'm not sure. I'm guessing that's where the school was hit, right there. I'm saying it doesn't look like to me that they were missing any shots here. I'm guessing that was another spot that was hit. I don't know what you wanted to say. I mean, obviously it's terrible, and I wish it didn't happen. Deliberate, not an accident. They're not. God, that is such a. I'm just gonna say that's a crazy take. That is just a crazy take. That you think that they're deliberately going after them. Thank you for the water, TOA. But that is just a plain crazy take that you think that they would deliberately go and hit a school like deliberately. This isn't a what do you call it? I guess the best way to put it is like a terror campaign, a terror bombing, where you're trying to hit like civilian targets as well to like demoralize the country. That's not what this is. It's trying to hit specific targets. Does it mean that other things that were not supposed to be hit are also getting hit? Yes, of course. And that's awful and terrible, and I wish it didn't happen. I wish our wish systems were like that advanced that we wouldn't get to that point. But that's cool to think that they didn't care that where they were and they were in the way, and that's morally bankrupt. But they're not in the way. There's a big difference between hitting this and hitting this, which is the intended target, which I assume were actually all of these were the intended target. I'm gonna assume all of that was the intended target. Which is let me read your thing again. They didn't miss though. Let me read your thing again. I think they didn't care they were there if they were in the way, and that normally. Well, the only missed shot is the one that hit the school. In my world, the only missed shot is the one that hit the school. I guess. Let me read this. Hold on. Yeah, suggest school. Hit by multiple. Yeah. No. Excuse me. Sure, you can call it morally. What'd you call it? Morally bankrupt? Yeah. Sure, you can call it that. Hold on, I need something in the background. There we go. I'm trying to like understand what you're trying to say. I don't think you're going from the school. Students. Thoughts here. Means it was delivered. So are you saying it was deliberate or not? Because you're contradicting yourself. Where it says you said, which means it was deliberate, not an accident. But then you say, I don't think we were gunning for those girls. We weren't gunning for anything. You and me didn't do anything, Josie. It was the military. That's a technicality. Let me miss that. I think we didn't care. They didn't care. Okay, there you go. That they were there, and if they were in the way, and that's morally bankrupt. Okay. If that's the case, then yeah, I agree with you. If they were like just, it was just like a blanket attack, then yeah. I think we meant to hit the school. I don't think the target was the school children. Okay. I think I get what you're trying to say now. Okay. My answer to that is, well, first of all, I don't even know if we knew it was a school. And second, it shouldn't have been there in the first place. We're hitting through school children. Okay, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. If they knew that there were kids like right next door or like right on top of it, I don't think that's a shot that would have been taken. Not without some like a proper deliberation. And if it was, I will agree with you. If it was, then yeah. But at the same time, like I'm getting like conflicting reports. Like some are saying it was that accident that I mentioned, the missile coming back down. Some are saying that it was Israel. Some are saying it was the US. I don't know. I'm leaning more towards it was either an Israeli or US misfire though. I am leaning more towards that though. No, that's not that. That's not that. Something else. But yeah, the school was attached to it. I hate Wall Street Journal so fucking much. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm not subscribing to shit. Fuck that. Oh my god. I think morality tests in war is stupid because we're going down to kill or be killed. That's probably the best way to look at it. But at the same time, I would prefer like every attack, if there has to be an attack, to be as careful as possible. Like I'm not so naive to think that there's not going to be any casualties. Yeah, so that was the school, and this was the compound right next to it. Okay, so this is a better picture. I like this one better. At least it's easier to tell what's going on. I don't like that as a GIF, though. That's annoying. I'm not so naive as to think that like there's not going to be any attacks at all, because like that's what happens with every military conflict, period. There are going to be civilian casualties. Like that's just like matter of fact. There has never ever been a war that did not have civilian casualties. Now obviously I want absolute minimum as possible. And of course, like the easy response is like, "Oh, don't have the war in the first place." Yeah, I get that. It was so kill the missile operator at the bomb that bombed that school. Excuse me. It's a threat. Like I said, I don't think they were deliberately attacking the elementary school. And it wasn't a missile. I think it was like an airstrike with like multiple bombs being dropped at once. At no point whatsoever, Josie, am I saying these poor kids were a threat. At no point whatsoever am I saying that. The war choice. They keep using that term, war of choice. War of choice. War of choice. Or to be killed or be killed. I mean, yeah, it is kill or be killed. Not because like not because like these kids were directly interfering or threatening the life of the missile operator, but because like it's a war overall. It's a wider conflict and conflict for a reason. Which I already gave you the justifications for it. Again, you don't have to like them or not. I just telling you they exist. But yeah, I am. If it is on us, and again, I still don't know if it is. Second girl, and there's Trump saying that, so I do agree with you. Don't agree with what the politicians are saying. Whether it's on our side or on their side, like a big what do you call it? A big key of phrase they should always be paying attention to is don't listen to what they're saying, look at what they're doing. So like, yeah, don't just take that for his word. To be fair, I don't really give much stock to CNN. Forces still investigating. Why does it keep going up? Okay, that was okay. Wait, what? Sorry, the inconsistent numbers are like, I don't know. I just find them odd. But either way, sorry. These lower numbers earlier. No, I saw a lower number like later. I saw a lower number later. And I know what you're saying, like they could have like died in hospital or something like that. Like that is true, that's true. I know that's what you're trying to get at. Alright. Let me just organize my thought. Okay, first of all, sorry, my throat. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody yet. My condolences for those kids. Obviously, I don't want any sort of very different sources, Western versus Iranian, civil government versus IRGC. Yeah. It might be different sources or things like that. Like I said, we don't really yet. Like I said, we don't really have any 100% confirmation. However, I will say, like, if it was the U.S., then obviously I completely 100% condone it. Not condone. That's not the correct word. That's not the. I'm against it. Let me just keep it simple. I'm against it, obviously. And that's just like the simple ship advice. No, don't be like that, Josie. I like to think we've been having a good faith I don't know if we want to call it an argument or a debate. I like to think that we've been having a good faith debate. So let's pretend we're adults here. Let's pretend. I'm not an adult, but let's pretend we are. But I like to think we've been having a good faith debate here. But obviously, like, let's be serious. Let's be serious. Obviously, if it was our fault, then I hate it. Obviously, I don't want that to happen. But at the same time, again, I'm not so naive to think that there's not going to be any casualties. Period. Like, this is like the nature of war. Period. It's gonna happen. Yes, advances have gotten really good, but it's really hard. Like, you can't account for every variable. There is gonna be a fuck up here and there, and unfortunately in war, fuck ups really relate. What am I talking about? Lead to deaths. So yeah, and you use that word, war of choice, and yeah, you're right. It was a war that was like, that was deliberately happened in the first place. I mean, that was deliberately on like the U.S. side. The U.S. like deliberately went into the war. We're the one that started it. Yeah, we're the one that started it. This world two sides, just world two sides could fight without civilian casualty, but in these bigger conflicts, they're bound to happen. Like, it's just gonna happen. They're gonna happen, but I don't think the school bombings just happen. Not with the intel we have, not with the sophistication of our weapons. Like, that's the thing, Josie. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's gonna happen, period. This is way too loud. Like, all the advances in the world, like, the only way that I can think of, like, as, like, myself, the only way that I can think of a war where no casualties of civilians happen is a ground war where the soldiers who are conducting the war are so far advanced. We're talking like far future advanced, to the point where they can literally like deploy like hard light shields, see through walls, like, you know, literal wall hacks and things like that. Like, we're talking Iron Man levels of like technology. That's the only way I can think of having a war with zero casualties of civilians, period. Doesn't just happen. Yeah, it doesn't just happen. It happens when it's right next to a, when it's we didn't miss any other bombs, and I think that's a good thing. We didn't miss any other bombs, because like, if we did miss other bombs, if it was just like, say if it was like World War II levels of like bombing technology, then we couldn't have strikes where it was this accurate. What I'm thinking happened, and like, sorry it took this long for me to come to this conclusion, I think this was bad intel. I don't think we knew that that was a school. What's on the table for Tehran? Let's start with this point first. I don't know what you mean by that. You need to elaborate on that first. Wait, carpet bombing. Yeah, we're not doing carpet bombing. We're doing like singular strikes on things and singular strikes on missiles. What I'm thinking is that they thought that that school was part of that complex, and I think it was just bad intel. That's my theory. I might be wrong about that, but that's just what I'm giving you right now. Thanks over the years, but I still put my faith in them over any other foreign power, and I definitely put my faith in them over this particular foreign power. Also, hey Moon, we're having an argument. Too, where everyone basically used iron sights for everything low. Yeah, exactly. Like carpet bombing, the fire bombing of, oh shoot, I forgot, it was that one Japanese city. Like, that was terrible. I just recently saw a an actual, like, that was actual indiscriminate like bombing of a civilian target. Like, that was an actual thing. It's around the Iranian capital of millions of people. If they do that, that's fucking insane. Against crisis. No, so I don't know, actually. Yeah, like I don't know what Like the first thing that came up was this. If anyone was gonna report on carpet bombing, it would be CNN. Oh look, yeah. Idea carpet bombs around. The only carpet bombing that I can like think of is like along the borders of Iraq, because like they're trying to make way for oh fuck, I forgot what they're called. The Kuti? I think they're Kuti. The Kuti rebels, to try to get them to like have an easier way into the country for ground operations. That's the only thing I can think of. It's one video by senators alleged gotcha style double tap attacks. The Houthis. No, sorry, not the Houthis. The Houthis are someone else. Sorry. It's something with a K. I forgot their name. Yeah. The Houthis are somebody else. Sorry, I mixed up the names. There's somebody else. It's the Kurds. The Kurds. Yes, thank you. That's the only place I can think of where they might be carpet bombing. But, and then this is like a Twitter post, which I don't put much stock in, period. Yeah, I don't put any stock into this at all. And these look like they just don't understand what carpet bombing is. Okay. Hope they send those pilot commanders to order to the Hagu. What's the Hagu? And what do you mean for carpet bombing? I mean, like I said, like I haven't seen any evidence for that. What's the Hagu? The Netherlands? Is the Hagu like a term for hell that I'm not aware of? This place looks pretty nice. No, all things considered. Just said they were bombing the borders for the Kurds. Yeah, that's what I said. Or the Kurds indifferent to the current Iranian government for war crimes. The border for the Kurds. Yeah, I did say that, because they're hoping that they'll help with any ground operations that will happen. I don't understand. What do you mean? Are different to the current operations or any government? Apparently not. Apparently they are interested in helping. Let me go back to that video. I'm just telling you what I know that they're talking about. Where's yeah, right here. Where is that? Where is that? Right here. Any indiscriminate bombing campaign is a war crime by definition. Whether it's capital or the borders, you can't do that according to international law. Okay. Yeah, like, but I'm just saying, like, that's the only place I can think of that they might be doing it. That's the only place I can think of. But besides that, I'm not hearing any confirmations that it's actually happening. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear. My bad. The Kurds revolt against the Iranian government. I mean, maybe. It says, according to Cappy's intel, apparently they are amassing on the border of Iraq and they're ready to push into Iran right now. Or like they're getting ready to push into. They've been rocking Tehran. I mean, I'm not gonna get into the debate. We've already been debating for way too long. I didn't come into this into the, you know, but you know, it's cool. They still do it sometimes, allegedly. Allegedly. We did say that was gonna become a common word here, didn't we? Also, thank you for the water, TOA. I'm just saying, as of right now, I don't know any examples of carpet bombing. If that changes, well then we'll know. We'll know. But as of right now, I'm not seeing anything like that. I'm just saying, like, that was the only place I can think of that they might do it. Now says they're saying neutral. Okay. I mean, their troop movements say otherwise. Like, they're literally moving to the border. So, I don't know. I mean, like I just said earlier, listen to what, look at what they do, don't listen to what they say. Like, actions before words, right? So, I'm just telling you what I heard of from this video. Also, sorry if I didn't say hi. Hey, AX4, welcome, welcome. Just stopping by. Sorry I didn't welcome you earlier. Got to learn to say allegedly every sentence and got us defamation. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna get the defamation lawsuit soon enough. What are we doing? I'm trying to find that map and I keep losing it. What's on here? Whatever, it's somewhere there. I'm not looking for. I'm fucking tired of it. I'm tired of this video. On the ground, because please God, I hope they don't. I mean, it's their prerogative. They said that they're gonna do it, and yeah, I agree. It's a bad idea because we did talk about the topography. It's very mountainous terrain from Iraq to Iran. It's not a good valley to go through. But if anyone can do it, it would be local fighters. Just saying. So there was 2 drama. Yeah. I think we're done with the whole Iranian conflict. Let me just say, Josie, thank you for challenging me. I do appreciate it. I do mean it when I don't resent you guys for like having different opinions from me. Like, I think we can have a civil conversation and things like that. So like, if you don't agree with me, please, I do mean it. Challenge me. Make me have to defend my points and all of that. If you think I'm like, if I'm off base or anything like that. So, but yeah, thank you for like discussing it with me, and thank you for being civil about it too. It will? Okay, good. I would also like to make it clear that like my opinion on the conflict doesn't matter.
There will be
let me try to find like a good image of a map. Let's just put it there. My opinion doesn't matter. Like, I can't stop it. I can't yeah, I'm a US citizen, but like I can't like just like me by myself can't stop it. Like whether I agree with it or not. Like, I'm not gonna be able to like rally. I mean, my opinion matters, but it's not like I can just like stop it altogether. That's what I mean, you know? Yeah. It's like like if I had the power, I would like, I have my fantasies, and like this is just me like talking out of my ass. Hello, Zach. This is the bottom giving you his military fantasies. If I had the power, I would send in a ground force and take care of it myself. Building by building, block by block, street by street. Thorough, quick, professional, and reduce casualties to the absolute minimum. I'm talking like, again, like, remember that I told you about the whole like it would take like an absolute future army to do something like this with 0 casualties. I wish I could do that. I wish I could lead the force myself to do it. And then you don't have to involve any other nation whatsoever. I wish I could just end it overnight. Obviously. The we just shouldn't do it. Yeah. Like, I get it. Like, don't like I get it. Like, if your argument is like you don't want the US to do it because you don't trust them. Fair enough. I'm just saying that what I would do if I could do it myself. Obviously I can't. I don't have an army yet. But I'm just saying. Like if I could just end it, like if I could snap my finger and make it end overnight, then I would love to be able to do that. Unfortunately, we don't live in that kind of world. Do this challenge. I got the war bonds, but not all the medals. Wait, what are you talking about? In Helldivers or like in this real life? Good night. Yeah. Okay, Josie, if you have to head out, thank you for stopping by and thank you for the talk. Can't do a bit, but not a lot in the current situation. Yeah, like it's like even if I were to organize a protest, even if I were to do something, it's not gonna stop overnight. If I were to organize a protest or anything like that, not like I even could. Let's be fair. But what I'm trying to get at here is that I'm not really interested in, and we did kind of get off base here. I'm not really interested in discussing the morality of it or the or justifying it. I was giving like yes, I did give you like the, not the justification, but the rationale. I did give the rationale. And yes, I did defend it. I was there going back and forth with Josie there. But the point is, like, that's not really what I want to talk about. What I want to talk about is like the strategy, the things that are happening, like how is it going, and like conflict, and like how does it fit into the wider geopolitical picture and all that. And unfortunately, we went on too long, and we can't really get into that. Yeah, the tanktism, like I'm interested in the tactics, the what's going on the ground, the wider geopolitics that are about it. Like I'm not interested in having a more debate, if that makes sense. I just want to like get it. Basically, I want to do what Cappy and Willie and Spaniel are doing. They're both pretty apolitical, and they really just talk about what is happening on the ground. They don't talk about the moral justifications of it or anything like that, or what party they're voting for, or yada yada yada. They don't care about that. They just talk about what is happening, you know, and how it can affect future things, you know. Like, yes, there is a discussion to be had about justification, is the rationale sound, and things like that. But that's not what I'm here for. I will say that I got a bit out of hand. Like, I could have just said, like, I could have just like stonewalled Josie right there, and I could have just said, like, I'm not interested in talking about this. But I lost control. I will admit that. I let myself get caught up in the debate, basically. Yeah, good to be informed. Yes, exactly. Like that's what I'm interested in. I want to go through these videos and talk about what's happening on the ground and like the situation as it is. And like this will happen with like, eventually I imagine we're going to be talking about Ukraine. I hope it doesn't happen, but we might eventually have to be talking about Taiwan as well. The point is, these are conflicts that are happening, and I want to talk about like what's happening in the field. Like I'm interested about the soldier's perspective, the operator's perspective. I'm not worried about like the moralist perspective, at least not usually. Whether this is happening or not whether something is happening or not is not my concern. The fact is, it is happening, and I want to talk about what is happening. I hope that makes sense. I know I just rambled like an idiot there, but I hope that explains my position, and like that's what I'm gonna be doing moving forward. So we're not gonna be having like a moralist debate about conflicts moving over. This is like what I was kind of scared of when I decided I wanted to cover this kind of stuff. I was worried that we were gonna get into like these kind of arguments, but that's the thing is, I'm not interested in having an argument, period. Unless like I get lost like I did just there. But that's my fault, and I will say that, like, but I'm just saying, just giving you a heads up, moving forward, I'm probably gonna be like, no, we're not gonna talk about whether it's right or wrong. We're gonna talk about what is happening, not why it's happening. Basically, let's put it out. What's happening, not why it's happening, and whether it's okay or not. Good. I think that gives the basic gist of what's going on. I'll give you like the rundown of what's happening here. Basically, like I said, Ukraine is like sending help with like drone support to the US as well as other nations in the area, which is useful because like that's their whole fucking stick coming from Iran. And this one is basically talking about the likely outcomes of the conflict itself. The first conflict, I already told you the likely outcome was like either we're gonna run out of money and we're just gonna leave, period. That's the first option. The second option is, let me see if I can find it. You see it's got a bullet point at the end here. Well, basically the way Iran would win was literally just like cash us out. That's essentially how they win. God, it's so, I wish I had taken notes because I don't want to give you guys bad information. Yeah, I like the whole Taiwan thing. I really hope it doesn't happen either. And that's why like I was trying to say like one of the rationale behind it is that by depriving them oil from Venezuela and now Iran, that cuts off like 1/5 of the supply of oil to China, and that's oil that would go into their war machine for a potential conflict in Taiwan. So basically all of this is kind of just set up to like prevent that conflict in the first place, which again, like I agree with you, I do not, that's an absolute war that I do not want to happen, period. Again, do you agree with that rationale? Maybe you don't. If you, I'm just telling you that's the rationale. And we're gonna leave it at that. We're gonna leave it at that. God, we need to dedicate like a whole like stream to just talking about William Spaniel, because like he is the best when it comes to like looking at this factually. Like no emotion, no more moral dilemma, just like look at like what this is mathematically. And I can't just like sum it up in one go, I'm sorry. So we're just gonna have to leave it at that. You guys know the basic situation now, and I think I helped in that regard. Let's just say that for now. Okay. Anyway, all that real world stuff is out of the way. Let's talk about some like video game drama. What do you mean save? I can't save. We just go into more depth for it. I think the limitation is production capacity, so speed. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like it's all mathematical formula. War at the end of the day, a lot of it is just a lot of math. And I know that's brutal and terrible, and it's awful to look at a soldier as a number, but like when you are looking at like an entire conflict, it does come back down to numbers. Like you kind of have to separate your humanity. You kind of have to separate your humanity from it a little bit. That's why like it's kind of like I just want to say it's amoral. Just like you just kind of have to look at his numbers on the board. And yeah, that's terrible, that's awful, but that's just how it's done in professional fields, you know. But yeah, that's all that I want to do. Just but need medals. Go get more medals then. Just keep grinding. And I don't know what to tell you, Tia. You gotta keep doing it. Anyway, speaking of Helldivers, let's talk about this. Alright, so recently, there was another conflict in the Helldivers subreddit. Yes, Reddit, the place where we're talking about morals. Reddit is the place where morals go to die.
Hey, what's up, guys?
And let me just like let
in today's video,
this is a new guy I haven't really had used as a source, but he's been popping up in my feed a little bit for like Helldivers content. He's one of those Helldiver YouTubers who actually is willing to call out Arrowhead, so that's why I really appreciate him.
We'll be talking about how Shams Georgiani actually is kind of doing like a type of challenge.
Let me just explain it. So this is what happened. This is how it all started. There was a a guy on the Helldivers Discord. Brainstorm theory. I don't know who was the initial guy, but it was like one of these, and they basically came in to the devs, like basically saying on the subreddit, he said like, here's a challenge to the Arrowhead devs. He wants them to go to like this planet, level 10, use these builds, which are like objectively pretty bad builds. And if you do the challenge, he would, whether you win or lose, he was willing to donate $1,000 to the charity of their choice, basically. Now this is something that happens all the time. Like there's constantly challenges for charity and yada yada. There are boxing matches for charity. There are game matches for charity. There are tournaments for charity. Like this is just something that happens. Like it's turning like a healthy competition into something positive. You know, like helping go to like a local hospital or a kid's cancer foundation or whatever you can think of. It happens. The Worm Planet. Oh yeah, that's where that is. It's not a nice place. Don't go there. And basically what he was trying to do is like try to make a point to the devs that a lot of your kits and your builds just suck ass, like period. And so you can argue that these builds are kind of sucky, and like that was kind of the point, to make it so that you have to use equipment that are like bottom of the barrel on the tier list that nobody uses. To be fair, the double edge is pretty solid. Double edge sickle is pretty solid, but things like the pistol, the stim pistol, the oh fuck, what was it called? The pistol from oh fuck, what was this game called? Not Helldivers. Shit, I can't remember the name of the game. Killzone. The Killzone SMG, which is ass. This is actually a pretty solid gun. The pacifier, I think it's called, and then the lever action gun, which is also pretty solid, but probably not against bugs. The pistol, the SMG is pretty solid. This is pretty solid. That's all right. The grenades are kind of eh. It really comes down to the stratagem. Some of these are like pretty okay, but a lot of them are just not great either. And the whole point is just to like kind of force the devs to like play the game using the equipment that everybody and their mother who has like half a brain cell says is awful, and they don't want to use it. Say the first guy didn't give the loadouts. He just said Worm Planet level 10. Oh, okay, really? So it's like attached to it? Okay, fair enough. The guy added Lotus later and said he would add to the winning pool if they use Lotus. Oh, okay. No, I get you. Alright, so this was just a challenge, and this was like an additional grand if you use these loadouts. Okay, I get you. Anyway, the point is, it was just a challenge to kind of force the devs to acknowledge and play their game, because by the devs' own admission, and we're gonna see later on, this guy, I think this is the CCO or the CEO, I can't remember. He's like one of the high ups of the game. He doesn't play the game, like period. And he's barely like he barely went around and started like playing around and realizing, yeah, these guns, these loadouts are not that good. He's coming to like some of the like not correct conclusions. Let me see, what was the stall 11? Oh yeah, the SMG. Yeah, it's not good. So that's the SMG that he was using, and it's just not great. Where's the Helldiver? Yeah, it's not a good primary. The spear is nice, but the cooldown is not. I think he came to the wrong conclusion here. Oh, what are you doing? Yeah, basically to prove the devs that the devs do not play the game, and also to like trying to encourage them to stop relying on playtesters and Q&A, and actually like experience the game for themselves and come to and realize for themselves that, hey, maybe things are a bit off balance, you know. He kind of came to the wrong conclusion here regarding the spear, which, if you don't know, the spear is like the anti-tank. It's like the javelin, basically. It shoots the thing up in the air and comes down crashing down. My problem with it is not the cooldown. My problem with it personally is that it's not powerful enough. It should one-shot most things. And also, it needs like at least one more rocket. The way the backpack is designed for the spear is just like the most nonsensical thing ever. It needs at least one more rocket. Like, come on. And on top of that, like, it targets like, and it should one-shot Bio-Titans, and it should target the heads of Factory Striders to one-shot Factory Striders, in my opinion. Because the way it works, it always targets the very top of the Strider, which is like one of the most healthy parts of it, which is just doesn't make sense. So, like, it needs to target more vulnerable parts, but that's just like me. Like, I'm just saying, like, but at least he's trying. At least he's trying to experience these weapons and like he's coming to the conclusions that, yeah, these are not that great. But yeah, so like this is just like explaining that, like, yeah, the Arrowhead CEO tried and realized that there's a balance problem, yada yada. So like, yeah, great first step. We're doing good here. Yeah, the spreadsheet balancing, basically. Yeah, it's never worked. We've been complaining about it since year one. The game is like the game is over 2 years old now. I think it's like 2 and 3 months or something like that. And we're still complaining. They're still using the same system that we've been complaining about since launch. So yeah, it's not great. But, you know, like, this was kind of hopeful here. Like, you know, the CEO was like kind of going in and like kind of realizing, okay, maybe there's a problem. And, you know, encouraging them to fix things up. Then shit hit the fan. Reddit. Okay, let's just, okay, this is another guy that I kind of follow a little bit, Thick Filet. Oh, actually, I subscribed to him here. He's another more critical Helldiver content creator. He's also an official what do they call it? An official propaganda officer. Basically, he's like one of the guys, he's officially partnered with Arrowhead to talk about the game and release content about it on a regular basis, yada yada yada. I'm surprised that he is one of those because, again, he is very critical. I don't know. I maybe this is just my theory, but maybe he's like the token critical diver. I mean, there might be other ones, but he's the only one that I know for certain. Yeah, he's a PR partner, but he's the only one that I know for certain that actually is critical of them. So again, like, maybe he's their token critical guy. Or, oh, no, go back. Or maybe, they just, like, they pretend they listen to him, but they don't really, I don't know. Or maybe he's on their shit list, and they're gonna get rid of him, and they're just waiting for the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. I don't know. Because usually, in my experience, companies do not give money or PR partnerships to critical players. They just don't, like, period. Especially if you have a reputation for being repeatedly critical, and Chick-fil-A is repeatedly critical, which is good. Like, I always say, like, if you're, I respect you more if you're willing to speak up about the negatives of a game rather than constantly glazing it, like, over and over and over again. Anyway, so I'll just let him, like, go over this.
Proven to us once again how it is the greatest.
Oh, wait.
Reddit has proven to us once again how it is the greatest hive of scum and villainy.
It is. I fucking hate Reddit. Yes, his name is Thick Filet. It's like the also he even has like the fucking cow. It's such a good name. Like, Thick Filet's great. He's pretty funny. I like him.
Now, a lot of people just use this website.
Propaganda enforcers. It's some in-universe name. I just forgot what the proper term for them is. Is it propaganda enforcers? Is it propaganda officers? I don't remember what the term was, but they're PR brands of, like, content creators.
Subs, and they, you know, don't interact with some of the smaller, more niche communities here. But for a lot of people, this website is to earn internet brownie points.
Yeah, he's basically just going over how Reddit is not really a place where ideas go to be discussed. They're there. It's a place that people go to make themselves look morally just and make themselves feel better about themselves. To earn karma points and all that.
Karma on this website, you are obviously a more moral person and people.
Yeah, you should get into. Well, I mean, right now it might not be a good time to get to Helldivers. I mean, we're talking about it.
Literally terrorism. Here's one of those subs. Let's be better, guys. We should all be better. We should all be the moral.
So basically, what this guy's saying, if I remember correctly, yeah, but being so for one another. Yeah, literally calling somebody a terrorist. Are you fucking kidding me? For wanting the game to be rebalanced. That is insane. This is a video game. Like, we were talking about like actual like real world conflict just like a couple of minutes ago. But this is just a game. This is a video game. And he's like throwing this like extreme vocabulary around to describe a person who wants to just have the game rebalanced and fixed. And these are the kind of people you see on the subreddit like all the time. Let me go do the game. Oh.
People, we should all just be
wait till it's on sale. Yeah, basically.
Better in the world. Well, at
Post,
the same
please.
time, you have a tag in this subreddit.
Basically.
Odo is a terrorist. Odo's terrorist cell who works to destroy the game's
a terrorist cell.
Bully Arrowhead and remove any...
Because they bully Arrowhead. And by bullying, what he's talking about is like he pesters the devs to like, please stop nerfing everything.
And all difficulty from the game that has 10 difficulty scales. Someone who writes an essay on a video game that I disagree with is literally a terrorist. And another one of these small communities here, would be nice if all the salt divers weren't
90% chuds. So basically, they're saying anybody who's critical of the game is a chud, and we know what chud mean. Chuds are the... I like to think the majority of us here on my stream, people on my stream, are proud chuds. We are the people who are just who are willing to call out the bad video game design and things like that. But for okay, so let me just give you it's a term that people who constantly glaze video games and like excuse like microtransactions or bad character design or bad mechanics or buggy games on launch, and just like who are going to just like be critical of games. That's a chud, basically. Also, in their opinion, if you're a chud, you're also right wing, apparently. Even though that literally has nothing to do with it. If you can literally just be critical of a video game or want specific things out of games, and you're a chud in their eyes. That's like literally their opinion. And like,
if you don't know what a chud is,
and like this is the first time Dick-fil-A is hearing about this. This was like just a few days ago.
I actually just learned about this word very recently. It's basically just slang for what left-wingers call people on the right or people who vote right or right-wingers. So I've
seen it used for both ways. Like either if you're chud just means you're right-wing, or chud means that you criticize video games. It can mean anything. It can mean anything. But basically, it's just like another word they have to call people that they don't like.
It just happens to seem like that 90% of the people upset with the balance or the bugs in Helldivers 2 are also just chuds. I guess we're chud diving now. Now, for a little context here and what's been going on, there was a Reddit user who sent out a challenge to Arrowhead Game Studio to basically just post a video or stream themselves playing their own game on the hardest difficulty. He offered $1,000 in charity. He said he would, give them his full information.
Okay, let me just like summarize this because we have so much more to talk about. But basically, that challenge we talked about earlier, we saw that like it was a challenge for charity and yada yada. Basically, the moderators shut it down because people who constantly glaze and protect the game and pretend that it's the best thing ever and you can't challenge it, yada yada yada, and are constantly on defense for the devs and like defending the decisions in the game even if they don't make sense. They dox the person behind the challenge, and they locked down, and then the moderators of the subreddit, instead of like you know, banning the people who dox the creator, they just locked down they locked down the thread. They don't want anyone to talk about it, and their excuse is that it was both sides were being uncivil with each other, and like we're just not gonna let the people talk about it anymore. Even if you ask about it, if you were to go on the subreddit right now and ask about like what happened, they're just gonna delete your comment because they don't want to talk about it, period. Let's play the game you made. Imagine, right? You can say glaze diver anymore. Oh yeah, they also banned the word glaze diver or bootleg because they know who they're talking about, the people who constantly defend the game. And basically the subreddit has basically officially come out on the side of the glaze divers, because by locking down the thing, and they also basically made it so that you cannot, no more challenges, period. You cannot challenge the devs at all. Not even for charity or anything like that. And there's even like comments like weaponizing charity. There was like one right here. Yeah, like there's this whole tirade right here. Yeah, saying they don't care about charity. It was just they were just trying to do a humiliation ritual for the devs, which just doesn't make sense at all. And like I mentioned earlier, this is done all the time. People do challenges for charity. So like if we're gonna have a dispute between us, hey, at least we can like have something positive come out of it, you know? We can like, you know, donate to like a cause that needs the help. Just to, so like we can resolve our issue. Like again, I gave the example, like probably the most famous is like a boxing match, you know? And the winner gets to decide like a grand that goes to like the charity of their choice, right? So we resolve our dispute, and then like, you know, it goes to a good cause. And these people are just like pretending that that's not a thing.
Ritual. This is just nerd rage.
Yeah, and apparently he donated the money regardless. Charity. And yeah, they're basically saying like they're weaponizing charity to prove some point about a video game's balance. It's not what charity is for. I mean, charity, I don't think the charity cares where the money is coming from, period. As long as they're getting money. And like if it's the result of a competition, then sure, why not? Who cares? Like it's still good for everybody involved, like period. And yeah, and they basically came out on the side of the doxers because again, you're not allowed to say glaze divers, and also they cut the challenge period, and they just came out and said you're not allowed to do charity challenges anymore, period, or challenges in general. So effectively the doxers won. And like I said, the doxers, like, they doxed the original guy who came up with the challenge. And it ended up in like 2 big issues. This is from the guy himself. He did like this mass little thing. So basically he was removed from a horse sanctuary that he'd been working since 2011, and he also lost his job working at like the electrical company, because these guys were calling his places of employment, the places he was volunteering at, and all that, like all because he dared to challenge the devs on their poor balance issues. It's fucking ridiculous. Like, these people will go to the bat. It's literally that meme. Where is it? Let me see. Yeah, leave the multi-million-dollar company alone. It's literally this. Ironic that this is from Reddit, because like it's the Redditors that are doing this. They literally do this. They literally go to bat for the devs, and then ruin his life. And that's what they felt was like justified. It was justified to do this because he dared to stand up and like call out the multi-billion-dollar company. Came from a 1984 sci-fi movie called Chud. I mean, that might be the original version of the word, but I'm just talking about the modern context of it. Friend donates to charity, loses main job, inside job, horse sex. I mean, Reddit isn't completely monolithic. I mean, you're right. There's some subreddits that are really bad, but Reddit has a bad reputation for a reason. Some of the people on that site are insane. Like, it is one of the, like, I agree with Dick Fillet said at the beginning. It is a hive of let's see what he said.
Reddit has proven to us once again how it is the greatest hive of scum and villainy.
Scum and villainy. I kind of agree with him on that. Like, some of the worst shit I've ever heard comes from Reddit. It's insane. The sort of shit they get up to. And I find it so ironic. Like, all of this was for charity, and then they went on their rant like they don't care about charity. They're just weaponizing charity. This guy worked at a horse sanctuary. He was doing charity regularly for the past, like, well over a decade. He's been there since 2011. So because of their narcissism, because of their misdirected gallantry towards defending the multi-billion-dollar company, because they insist that they must defend the devs no matter what they do, they actually hurt charity in the process. Because this guy has been working at a charity for over a decade, and now because they got him fired from it, they lost one of their most dedicated and likely very good workers who was working there for free because it was volunteer work. So the great irony is they actually hurt charity in the long run. I didn't even think that was possible beyond, like, going in and, like, actively, like, shutting down a charity. But no, Reddit found out how to do it. They figured out how to do it. They hurt charity. they successfully hit charity where it hurts. It's amazing. I can only laugh because otherwise I'm crying. So Reddit authors have helped me solve random stuff from 5-year-old threads. That's fair. Yeah, like, you can get, like, good, like, if they're just being civil and talking about, like, staying on topic, and they don't bring their moral justifications in, then it's fine. Like, whatever. If we're talking about, like, tech, or I need to figure out how to, like, get this my sink unclogged or whatever, like, yeah, sure, it can be a good source of, like, answers to questions that were answered like 10 years ago that you might be having nowadays. But when they get riled up, they can do some terrible fucking things. Hurt charity guy was working for and denied another charity donation money. Yeah, basically. If they had just done it, they would have gotten up to, I saw multiple people. There was, like, from the first round, we saw like $2,000. I saw several other content creators. I think it's a Gundam as well as Commissar Kai. I saw them say, like, hey, I'll throw in another 500. I think one of them said 1,000. And I mean, they might still donate. I hope they do. But the whole point was that they were donating for the challenge in the first place. So I don't know. Mob psychology can kick it in easy on the internet. Pretty much, it's just, like I said, they're hive of scum and villainy is the best way you can put it. So yeah, they ruined this guy's life because basically just to defend a multi-billion-dollar company, and that's basically, as of what we know up until now. Basically, the doxers won. The challenge is over. The subreddit has said that they're never gonna do it. I'm pretty sure on the Discord they said they're not gonna allow these kind of conversations over there as well. So yeah, in this case, the bad guys unequivocally won. They got what they wanted. I don't know if anybody got banned. They just said that you're not allowed to talk about it anymore. But again, they effectively won. So yeah, great. Good job. Good job, Reddit mods. And I don't know if there was ever any official. Yeah, here Arrowhead. Here's Arrowhead's official response.
Other video game communities where it never got to this level, but for some reason in the Helldivers.
No, wait, it's from 2 years ago from the balance thing, which they lied about. They didn't really change anything about their balance. Way they do balancing. Yeah, I don't know if Arrowhead ever came out and actually said anything about what's going on. Oh no, they did right here. It will fucking load. Yeah, no docs is banned, criticism is censored. Basically, yeah, they got exactly what they wanted.
Video here. And Arrowhead situation.
Yeah, and they here's the response. Arrowhead Game Studios, get this fuck out of my way. Interactive tracking situation currently unfolding surrounding the Dev D10 challenge. Due to the increased hostility in the community, we need to address it directly with all of you. Just the violence and doxing and one player is great. So they acknowledge. I mean, they're basically just saying be nice to each other. But they're not acknowledging the challenge itself. They're not saying we're gonna do the challenge. Like that's the best thing they could do. The best thing they could do is say we're gonna continue with the challenge, because that would mean that that would be the proper, you know, middle finger to the people who are being toxic and doxing people and being hostile and terrible. By doing nothing and just saying we're aware of it, you're giving them what they want. Because that's what they want. They don't care if you acknowledge it. Because like basically what they're doing here is just they're just waving their finger like, oh, don't do that. Don't be bad. That's basically what they're doing. They're just giving them a warning essentially. But like I said, they got what they want. Nobody was banned. Nobody was even timed out. The challenge is no longer being discussed. Arrowhead officially isn't talking about the challenge anymore. And the subreddit has basically conformed to the doxers and what they want by saying you're not allowed to talk about it anymore, you're not allowed to issue challenges anymore. End of story. But yeah, they basically did nothing. This is like, again, this is the equivalent of just wagging their finger at the doxers. They didn't ban anybody. They didn't go against their wishes. They're doing is basically what they want. But yeah, I don't want to. I'm not saying they're complacent in it, but they're not helping. That's for sure. So yeah, that's the current state of Helldivers. It feels like every couple of months something like this happens, but this is like the worst that has happened, where they straight up just ruined a guy's life because he dared to say the game is unbalanced, which is just insane. I don't know. Weren't they just criticizing the game? How was doxing a consumable a commensurate response? That's the thing. It isn't. It isn't a equivalent response. But in these guys' mind, like they're in, like we saw like earlier how they called that guy a terrorist for wanting to criticize the devs. How they're saying that they're constantly harassing the devs. I think like we talked about this with like other groups before, but like in their head, this is justice. This is the right thing to do. We just have to paint them as the worst possible thing, like serial harassers, terrorists somehow. That doesn't make sense. I don't understand the correlation at all with that term. But like if we just say that they're bad enough, then we can justify doing anything to them. It's the same thing we talked about with like how some people conflate these words in real life, and then they justify doing awful things to you because you're that awful word. Therefore, we can do whatever we want to you, up to and including death. This is, again, everything is connected. Goddamn. This is just that, but like on a smaller, more minor scale. And unfortunately, even on this scale, it bled into real life, and a guy lost his fucking job. A charity lost a perfectly good worker that was there for over a decade. And it's insane. Too lost in the sauce of the game, LARPing the game. Yeah, I've said this before, but I think like a lot of the people, especially on the Reddit, probably take the game way too seriously and take the idea that like, oh, we play as the bad guys way too fucking seriously. I mean, this is like another problem, but it's like a similar mindset where like, again, they just take it too seriously. The wise guy Vito person cries in the video game, if I remember correctly. Oh yeah, cries in this video. Oh yeah, it was the last video actually. You're thinking about this one, the most recent one. Yeah, it's because like he Vito's a good guy. Like again, like I like him a lot because he's willing to be critical of Arrowhead and what's going on in Helldivers. Yeah, he cries like somewhere in the middle. Basically, like I'm not gonna play it. Like I don't want to. Not that I'm embarrassing him, but like, you know, we don't need to hear a grown man cry. But the point is, like, I think he was kind of putting himself in that situation, like how, because like he is similar to the guy who was in the challenge. He's a father, he has a family he has to take care of, he has a good paying job, and this game is just a hobby. And yet these maniacs, I don't know what maniacs, idiots, whatever you want to call them, took this hobby way too fucking seriously and ruined a real life person, his family, his livelihood, all the people who rely on him for the sake of a game, for the sake of the developers of the game. And so I think why Vito was kind of like seeing himself in that position. Like if he was in that position, he doesn't know what he would do, and it's a scary thought to be thinking of. And like I said, he's critical of the game, so maybe he's thinking like maybe they're gonna come after him next. Like he's not like a big channel. He only has 3.5k followers. But like if he got big enough, we already seen these guys are insane. Who's to say they won't go after him? And like, you shouldn't feel unsafe for talking about a video game. It's unthinkable, but it's reality. We're looking at it right now. So yeah, that's the state of things. Like the only thing I can think of is like, again, it would help if Arrowhead acknowledged the challenge and then went through with it anyway. I would go even further and say that they should start a GoFundMe for the original guy who started the challenge, this guy. I think they should start a GoFundMe for him and like get some money his way so he can like have get some cash into his pocket so he can find another, at least to like keep him and his family afloat until he finds like another job. Because like, I'm not gonna say it's their fault, but like that would be a really nice token of goodwill to say like, hey, it was our community that caused it in the first place, and like we don't justify that kind of behavior. In fact, we're gonna show that we support you, not the bad actors. We're on your side. And what could be more proof of that than like, you know, helping run like a little charity to help this guy keep afloat? Like that would be amazing. It's not gonna happen, but it'd be great. I hope I'm proven wrong about that, but as we already got the first comment. What was that other video? Load this up. Yeah, this is all we got. This is all we got from Arrowhead. This is the official response. This is from 2 days ago, and as far as I'm aware, nothing's been said since.
Something that Arrowhead gave
a metaphorical wag of the finger. That's their official response to a man getting his livelihood ruined. Yeah. I don't have much more to say about it. That's the current state of Helldivers. personally, if it was my game and I found out that there was a group of players that were doxing people, I would just ban them from the game. Like, that would be the easiest thing they could do, but they're not even doing that. But because it got to the point of you know, him losing his job, I would hope that they would like feel, I don't know, at least somewhat culpable and feel the need to, like, you know, I don't know, throw some money his way, or at least like some goodies, like a gift basket, something. I think I missed it. Why is doxing making him lose his job in volunteer position? So basically what they did is they called his workplace in the volunteer area, and they claimed that he was a dangerous individual. They lied and said like, oh, he's like, I don't know what they said to him directly, but they lied about like his character or something of that sort. Maybe they suggested that he was like unstable, or he committed some crime that he did not do. Yeah, there's a lot of things that there's a lot of ways you can like word it to get him in trouble. From what I understand, the horse sanctuary, they fired him because they saw it as a security risk. I don't know what the reasoning was for the electric company, like his actual official job. But like the point is, like, if you can scare a company into firing people if you know what to say, you know. It's just unfortunately how it is. But yeah, anyway, that's Helldivers. I still love the game, but goddamn, the devs are so fucking stupid sometimes, and they're not helping. Like, their attitude towards all of this is just not helping. So maybe I don't know if this is an ongoing situation. Maybe in a few days or tomorrow we'll hear like, oh, they got banned. If that's the case, great, awesome, progress. But as of right now, it literally just feels like we're just like they shut the book on it. Like, we're not happy, but they decided we're just gonna like call it here. We decided that we're done. I mean, that's basically what Reddit did, and effectively that's what the devs did. So great, awesome. Anyway, let's end that bad news and go into some good news. Highguard is dead.
Highguard has been a disaster from the second that it was announced. Right after the Game Awards, it started.
God, this was such a shit show.
Facing major backlash. It launched to actually pretty solid numbers, but they
979. Yeah, it got up to like near 100 grand, but never broke that number. That was the highest. Overnight. And I think it's officially going down or closing. There should be a official statement here. Where is the official statement? Yeah, March 12th, which is just a few days ago. Yeah, by next Thursday, Highguard is gonna be gone for good.
Backlash.
Sure, but don't remember the details. Okay, so if you don't, God, you might not even be aware because it was such a nobody fucking played this game. But basically, Highguard was a last-minute showcase at the Game Awards last year. When's the Game Awards? It's either November or like early December, sometime then. The point is, like, it was an out of nowhere last-minute showcase. And it was literally announced last year. Right at the very end of the show, like, I remember watching it, the Game Awards. I think we might have seen it. Yeah, we were on channel. You can actually go back into the VOD and see my reaction. But it was basically me getting kind of hyped a little bit because, like, oh my god, is this Titanfall 3? Because it said from the creators of Titanfall and Apex. And then I started seeing fantasy shit, and then I saw the characters. And then I saw it was like a 3v3 match, and my heart just went lower and lower and lower. And it wasn't Titanfall 3. And I was... And I even remember, I was trying to be a little positive. Like, when I first saw it, I was like, well, it might be good. Like, you know, like, it's not Titanfall, but it's by the same guys who made Titanfall. So it might be fun. It might, like, have, like, I don't know... I saw like a flying ship, and I was like, oh, like, it might have ship battles. None of that's in the fucking game. It's all just like smoke screen to make it look good and make you think it's cool. There are some mounts, which is kind of cool, I guess, but it's just another generic shooter, hero shooter, and not even as good because it only has 3v3 matches. I think later on they added 6v6, I think, like at the very end. But it's nothing new. The character designs look meh. The gameplay is like competent, but you know, it better be competent. It's from people who make Apex. But overall, nothing special. It's a mediocre game, and it has nothing to like make it rise from the crowd. And I'm sorry, I keep getting like the worst still frames for Vera.
It has tanked.
God. But yeah, it was free to play, and it got close to 100 grand in terms of like current players. But it's just been going lower and lower and lower, and it's gone. It's officially ending next week. And like that was kind of like the big sting of it all. Like it took like a prime spot at the very end of the Game Awards, and then on top of that, it teased Titanfall just to not be Titanfall. I remember seeing the comments like Titanfall 3 died for this, and I felt that. It's like, damn. And if you guys don't know, like I'm a massive Titanfall fan. Like I never played 1, but I lived and breathed 2 back on the PS5. Was it PS5 or was it PS4? One or the other, I can't remember. But I played tons of it. Like I eventually got it on PC. I played like the unofficial servers as well until they eventually came back and fixed the official servers, because like the official servers were like an absolute mess. EA basically gave it over to hackers, but now it's finally like kind of okay and playable, and I play it on and off every now and again in my own time. I think I have done a few streams where we were just playing Titanfall. I remember we did I did like a collab playthrough of like the story with a friend, and I love the game. It's great. And me and many other people have been asking for a third game in the series for like well over a decade now, and instead we just get more Apex updates. And now High Guard. Well, the good news is High Guard at least is dying because we still have Apex, and I hate Apex because I just see it as what could have been Titanfall 3. Oh god, and speaking of like Apex, like about a week ago, maybe like a few days ago, they announced a collab, because they do collabs. Like every live service does collabs. They're doing a collab with Gundam. You know, Japanese giant robot Gundam? That Gundam? Wow, wouldn't it be great if Apex had happened to be in a universe that had giant robots of their own? Shame. Shame those don't exist. What would we call them, I wonder? You know, we want to make them unique. Titans, that sounds like a cool name. What if we call them Titans? I fucking hate Apex so much. I hate it with like I tried to play Apex. The entire time I played like 2 games. The entire time I was just thinking that I wish this was Titanfall. I hate battle royales. Like it's not even a case of like whether the game mode is bad. It's just kind of become personal at this point. I hate battle royale, and it's anyway. Topical meme in the Discord. I don't want to pull it up unless it's let me make sure it's not like, let me make sure it's safe for work. What the fuck is this? Oh no. This is amazing. It's your turn. Here it comes. Yeah, this is probably what's gonna happen next. Let me finish up with a High Guard, and then we'll get into Marathon real quick. We'll get into Marathon, but basically it's the same. It's the same issue. Yeah, like everyone was saying up and down that High Guard was gonna fail. We don't want this. It's literally just more hero shooter slop, but they wouldn't believe it. And then it's the usual thing. Okay, let's go into like Marathon real quick. Let's go into Marathon. Because it's the same song and dance every time. This happened with Concord. This is happening with Wait, I think a better video would be, let me check, hold on. I have, who was it? Conquered 3, yep. I think Rab has a good video on this. I think it was Rab, let me see. No, Hero High. Let me see if I can get, controversy. He's always part of controversy. If they're not controversial, then what's the point of following them? Let's see. Here you go. Like, he had like this perfect segment here talking about like, this is always the same song and dance. The marathon trailer was fun. Like, here's the thing. Okay, actually, that's a good place to start. Let's start with that. When I saw the marathon trailer, like the first one, I was excited. Like I don't think the VOD exists anymore, but I'm pretty sure there is. I did stream it, seeing the marathon logo for the first time because I love marathon. Now, let me be honest. I haven't played the games yet. I own all the games. Like, I have them on Steam. They're free on Steam, but at least I hope they still are. That's one of my things I'm worried about. Let me check real quickly. I'm worried that because of marathon that it's not doing so hot, I'm worried that they're gonna remove the Okay, it looks like they're still on Steam. Guys, I would go grab it right now. like really fast. Because they're free on Steam, but I'm worried that they're gonna pull them because people are gonna become pairing it to the marathon series. Actually, I can just show you. I can show you right here. The classic marathon games. These are games from like the 90s. I can't remember the original release dates. It's gotta be tax write-offs. What do you mean, like the Concours and all that? Yeah. But anyway, the classic marathon series. You go get these right now. They're free to play. They're all available. One through the ones you want are marathon, classic marathon. Let me see. I think Infinity is the last one. Yeah, Marathon 2 and then Infinity. Get those 3. They're all free. Go grab them right now because I can very much see Bungie being petty and removing them from Steam because like they don't want anybody to look at the originals that people actually like. That's something that a lot of developers do. Like heck, GSC, they upped the prices of Stalker, the old Stalker games because they wanted you to buy the new one, Stalker 2. Like they still let you play the old ones, but you're gonna have to pay more for them. I think they might do something similar with Marathon. So yeah, be careful. And Fallout 1 and 2 are still $10. Yeah, you can get Fallout 1 and 2 for like $1 if you go like on a sale. So like also a great game that you can get. Anyway, like I said, go get Marathon for free right now because they might not be there in a couple weeks. Let's be honest. But anyway, yeah, I haven't played the game, but I have seen full playthroughs of the series, and I have consumed the lore. I love the lore of Marathon. You can see like the versioning beginnings of Halo lore in Marathon lore because Marathon is basically like a beta test, you can kind of think of it, for what eventually became Halo, because a lot of like trends and themes and even like symbols and terminology eventually went on to become part of Halo and even Destiny. They're constantly referring back to Marathon, but this is where it all started, like the classic games, like these ones back on like, what was this on, the DOS or something like that, like old like Windows 98. I can't remember when exactly these games came out. 94. God, before I was even born, damn. But yeah, the point is like this is where it all started, and the lore is so interesting. It's all done through terminals too, and yet it's probably one of the most like enrapturing and well thought out and kind of like surreal horror, cosmic horror in a game that looks like this. It's so good. I love the lore marathon. And then this shit came along. It ruined it for everybody. Oh my god. Or currently they bundled stock over the remasters. They did. But if you didn't own them, they raised the price, and now if you wanna play the old ones, like say you only know about Stalker 2, and you're like, oh, I want to play the first one. Well, congratulations, they raised the price on those. If you didn't already own them, well, it sucks to suck. You should have bought them before 2024. Anyway, but that's a different thing. But yeah, when the original marathon, I mean, let's look at it. Like the original marathon trailer, reveal trailer. Not the launch trailer, I'm talking about the original one. Was this it? Teaser, I want the teaser trailer. Is that it? Yes, I can go. Okay, let me see this one. No, this is not it. Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. Review cinematic short. Did they just like get rid of it? No, announced trailer, this one. When I saw this, I was actually excited. This is like over 2 years ago. This is what I was like talking about. Get all that shit. Like when I saw this, I was actually kind of fascinated by it. Like the techno colors, like don't get me wrong, this is very different from classic Marathon. Especially if you go with the artwork. Official. Like especially if you go with like the official art of Marathon Classic, it was very dark. Like it looks closest to like what eventually became Halo. It's very, very different. That being said, I thought this was cool. It's so weird and unique and different. I still kind of like this art style, and I like the idea of it. The problem is the game that they built around it. Oh yeah, and also like a lot of the assets themselves were stolen. Yeah, don't forget about that. This was 2 years ago. What was the official date? May 24, 2023. Yep, they sold artwork. A lot of this iconography was stolen from one artist, which eventually I think I heard that they officially listed them in the credits. And I imagine she got a hefty paycheck out of it too. I think they just eventually agreed to like partner with her. And she's like officially listed as like a art consultant, something like that, in the credits of the game. Look, they even had like the I forgot what they were called. The what the fuck were these called? I think these were they were an alien. I forgot what. But the point is, these aliens have been in the series since the beginning. These like creepy like chest eye aliens. At least they owned up to it. It took them forever. Yeah, this is different, but it's still very unique and cool. Too bad the final game is very bland looking. There's a lot of areas that look more flat than anything. Also, I hate the design of the runners. Let's be fucking real. I hate the design of the runners. Let's look at them. No. Marathon game runners. Like, I hate this one in particular. It just looks so ugly. This is the only one they made. The thief. I think she's called the thief. She's the only one that looks cute. And that's just because she's basically just an Asian girl. But technically is a robot. Like, I'm glad they added it. I played the I guess I can talk about it now. I played one of the playtests, and I was worried that they got rid of her because she wasn't available as an option. And she was optioned from like material and everything, but I think they eventually added her back in. good because she's the only eye candy as of right now. This character isn't in the game. I guess the closest equivalent is this one, who, oh my god, I hate this one so much. Like, I know what they're trying to do with her and try to make her punk, but they look hideous. I don't like them. That weird X on her lips and everything. Why did they make her look so ugly? And this is one of my big complaints about that. Literally, they only have the one attractive character, which is the thief. And she looks a little fugly here. I don't know what's going on there. Anyway. I mean, this one's fine. It's supposed to be like a heavy unit, so whatever. Again, I hate the one I hate the most though is just this one. I think it's called the Rogue or something like that. It just looks awful. Are the gameplay mechanics bad? What kind of game is it? Okay, so it's an extraction shooter, and that was their first mistake. Their first mistake was making it an extraction shooter. As far back as the first trailer, we knew that it was going to be an extraction shooter. And back then, I was coping. I was like, you know what? Okay, that's fine. Because I like extraction shooters. My favorite one is Hunt Showdown. 1890, whatever. I love Hunt. It's like a cowboy theme extraction shooter. It can be fun. It can be really good. But it's very hard to make a good one. Because like Tarkov is the gold standard. And you basically have to make it like Tarkov to make it worthwhile for people in general. So it's very... You're going to be constantly being compared to it. That's just like the simple fact of it. From what I understand and what gameplay I've seen, and again, I played a little bit of the beta, or like a playtest. I got into one of the playtests. It's a lot of empty open ground. Hardly any CPU enemies. And the moment you see another hunter or runner, that's what they're called, the player characters. The moment you see another runner, you better hope you saw them first because you're screwed otherwise. I mean, that's fine, I guess, because that's how a lot of like these games go. But it's either very, very boring or very high risk and you lose everything in a matter of seconds. Gotta avoid the male gaze. I'm sorry, I forgot. We gotta just make these amorphous blobs that look hideous. Also, in one of the trailers, they do a close-up of this character. I guess that's the best term I can use for them. Have the flattest fucking ass I've ever seen. Jesus Christ. Like, yeah, this trailer. In this trailer, there's like, they had like a, let me see if I can find it. I forgot about that. Marathon cinematic trailer. Yeah, let me see if I can find this. Again, they just look so ugly. God, I keep asking this question. If you're gonna make robots, why would you make them ugly? I don't understand that. Like, you have all the power. If you're gonna, like, unless you're gonna make it look like a frame. Let me see. A Destiny frames. Unless you're gonna make it look like this, like a very bare bones robot. If you're gonna make it humanoid and like have a human face, why would you make it look like this? You have all the power. You can do anything. And like, don't tell me like it's a combat model. I don't. Okay, if it's a combat model, just make this. Just make a robot like this. It's a combat model. It doesn't need to have a face, period. But if you're gonna give it a face, why does it need to look like this? Alright, let me like show you what I was talking about. Okay, at least she's still here. Like she's the only cute one. Like, period. And she's pretty darn cute. Like, but like she's doing a lot of heavy lifting for everybody else. Maybe they like the look, I guess. That's the only thing I can think of. Okay, I don't care how... I hate this one so much too. And I've had people like tell me to my face, like, oh my gosh, she's so cute. Like, are we looking at the same character? Oh, they killed the cute one. That's great. All right, let me like try to find you that angle. Like, I swear, a lot of their design came from like gender-queer street fashion. Because they want them to be fashionable, but not attractive. I think at some point they like start dancing, which is really weird. She's the only cute one. Period. What an idiot. It spawns back in. Get it? Because it's a respawn game. There! Look at that ass. Look at how flat that is. What is happening? I guess the thighs are kind of big. It's like they did everything they could to like make them not as unattractive as possible, because we can't have that. Like TOA said, you gotta avoid that male gaze. You can't have it. And like, if the argument is like, oh, they're supposed to be robots, they're supposed to be reusable, we can't, they're supposed to be cheap, and like we can make them again and again and again. Okay, then have a frame. Just make them look like this. At least something like this, I can paint it. I can give it like a paint job. I can put like, shark teeth on the head, or I could give it like little bedazzle bits everywhere. You know, you can make it as gay as you want. But like, at least you're not trying to make it like look human. Because why does it need to be? Because it's just a repeat model. The frames from Destiny were actually pretty cool. Like, as far as like a plain-ish robot, like I think this would have made more sense. Heck, the Exos from Destiny were hotter. Like, yeah, they were all bald, but like this one, Exo Stranger. They gave her booty. They gave her an ass. She's a bald robot. And she's infinitely more attractive than what we ended up with. The saying, the Exo Stranger could get, I think her real name is Katie. Trying to get, yeah, that's a good shot, whatever. The Exo Stranger is infinitely more attractive than this one. I love the Exo Stranger. I thought she was like, this is back when Bungie still had some sense, but yeah, not anymore. It's they lost it. It's just gone now. And we can get into like a whole argument about why. I have my theories. We're just, it's not time for that. That's a really low quality thing, but I think you can see it. She had curves. This fan art doesn't really count. Yeah, this is an official model. She had like the skin tight suit. She was a hunter basically. I don't think this is an official model either, but the point is, like, you could tell that she was very feminine and very cute. I don't know if this is like, again, I'm not sure. I don't think this is official, but I'd rather have this over this. Just saying. I mean, I guess they at least gave her boobs. That there are at least boobs there. And like, you can make a robot, like a robotic body, sexy. Like, again, like, this is a good example. Let me give you another example. One of my favorite, actually, let me like do this because I don't want to like risk showing you guys anything too graphic. It should be on my homepage actually. Where is it? Here. I love this artist. This artist does a great job of doing like robotic gals. Especially like versions that look like Samus. Operation No Horny. Never! Looks like a Simo robots. Like they're made out of like plush material. Like we saw the that flat ass. What the hell are they wearing? Are they scientists or like they going to a rave?
Sneer of cold command.
Yeah, this guy in particular, I don't particularly care for him.
Yet survive. Stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked
Also,
them.
his fingers just look really alien too on top of everything. They don't look like human hands.
And the heart that fed.
Which I guess is the point. They're not. Okay, that's a good example right there. We saw that lack of booty walking by. It's like it's made out of cloth. It's like their bodies are made from. I mean, I guess they kind of are made out of silk or something. I don't know. Get water to the thirsty rabbit. I need it. Give it to me now. Anyway, look here. Look at this. Look at this. She's made entirely out of metal. Like, I think the only part that's like squishy is the ass, but at least she has one. This is like this artist's interpretation of like a cyborg Samus, by the way. And like, look at her. She looks so good. And compare that to this. Also, let me like switch the music real quick. We'll do this one. By the way, Persona 3, hopefully on Tuesday we'll get back to it. But yeah, I need fucking. Oh yeah, thank you for the water. I realized it here. You're right, I am thirsty and angry. Anyway, but yeah, like, look at this. Look at this. And then compare it to that. So don't give me that bullshit of like, it's a robot. It doesn't make sense. Why would it have a butt? Fuck you. that was the only appropriate response. Like, I can give you a actual proper, and I have been giving like a proper like theoretical and like well nuanced response. But all you deserve is a fuck you. If you think this is like, if this is okay, when you could have this, we could have all this, but they choose to have this. What is that? What is going on back there? Is that like a reverse vagina? And it's really big? God, look at his lack of ass. Jesus Christ. Wait. He's got nothing! He has nothing! Again, like, I'd rather they just pick one or the other. Either make completely... Actually, wait. Actually, another great game. Titanfall... Robot... Pilot. What are they called? Simulacrums. The Simulacrums. These guys look so fucking cool. Like, even this one has more prominent tits than any of these guys. God, this doesn't. What is happening here? I don't know. It needs a buttocks because it needs cushioning. Exactly. It helps like protect against bullets. Exactly. Anyway, like, look. One or the other. Either basically just make a robotic human that's actually attractive, or do this, something like this. The simulacrums from Titanfall. Look how cool these guys look. Look how tactical and badass these guys look. I love this design for like a robot. Something like this would have been so much better. And like, again, if your argument is like, oh, they have to be tactical, they have to be replaceable, they're constantly dying and respawning, okay, then do this. This has so much more personality and looks threatening and competent and like a real fighting robot compared to this. And also, if she's supposed to be a fighter, why is she doing like e-girl poses? why does she have so much expression if she's supposed to be just a fighting robot? If you're gonna give them humanity, then go this route. If you need to make them purely functional, go this route. At least it looks cool. But they picked the worst of both worlds. Make them look uncanny and hideous, and also zero sex appeal. They picked the worst of every route. Why? I mean, I know why. We know why. Like, TOA said it, like, at the very beginning. We can't have the male gaze, yada, yada, yada. It's... God. I'm just... God, I can go on for hours, but I'm literally just repeating myself. Like, get to the fucking point now. Anyway, the point is, I hate it. And that was like the first thing that like really like showed everyone that like this is not gonna go well, is it? Like, we have no reason to believe that this is gonna go alright. Anyway, go follow Azula 1. They make great 3D models and shit. Like, I especially love their Samus. God, I love the way they do Samus. She looks so fucking good. Reminds me of Mad Max character designs. Now, Mad Max is cool, but you don't want Mad Max looking character designs if you want to be taken seriously. That's the problem, because they're supposed to look like weirdos, and that's perfect actually. They look like they're wearing GIMP outfits. They look like they're going to like the gay orgy. Like the yap, the yabbit. Oh my god. Thank you for appreciating it too, because I don't know how many people do. Anyway. But yeah, that was like my first big red flag that that this might, because like the first trailer didn't really show too much about like the character design. Like the sniper, she looked pretty cool. She had like the pure white face that made her look uncanny and weird, but like still looked, you know, attractive and interesting. And like the stark colors, now all the colors are washed out. If you actually look at gameplay, I wonder if she has gameplay here. But like, if you actually go into the game, like it's all washed out. Like you still have like these bright colors here and there, but overall it's just like incredibly. Yeah, this is what you see most of the time. Like those bright neon and like stark bright colors, you don't see that on the regular. It's this. It's just all muted now because you still have to have like that military shooter look to it. Yeah. And yeah, so Marathon's not doing good. So that's basically the gist of it. The playtest I think peaked at like 100,000. As far as I'm aware, the actual official game, like that you have to pay for, it only peaked at 8. Actually, let's do some proper research. Steam DB. And this is like a whole other issue. People are like complaining and they say like, we need to ban Steam DB. We can't allow it. That was another issue like the other. Oh. I wonder what people are looking at. What's it currently right now? 67,000. All right. That's not terrible. But is it 6 years of development and how many tens of millions of good enough? And keep in mind, it's Saturday. I mean, it's kind of late. It's almost midnight for me, but it's Saturday. This is when everybody's home. Like all the college students, all the most people have their day offs on Saturdays. It's a few hours of the day where you know, like people who have like full-time jobs have time to actually come home and play. You don't have to worry about the kids for a couple of hours. And this is their peak. Oh, the 24-hour peak was 75,000. So on a Saturday, they're still losing numbers. This was their peak over here. This was their peak. This was their best chance. Today was their best chance. This is the first weekend of the game. And it's already dropping. So I don't want to say that it's already done and dusted. I don't want to say like it's already in the coffin, just waiting to be lowered, but that's not a good start. That's a very, very bad start. Let me see. Do we know the numbers? Let me see. Estimated price of Marathon development. No. No. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's too high. That's way too high. If that's the price. That's not okay. 6 years, over 6 years. Oh my god. Oh my god. They're so screwed. The number I heard was that they need to sell at least 6 million copies. At $40 per entry, they need to sell at least like 6 million, or like as low as 6 million, as high as 11 million to make their money back. I'm oh no. Like, everyone's like, this is it. Bungie's dead. Bungie's dead. Bungie might be dead. I mean, my Bungie died back in 2010. I mean, I still play Destiny, but even as still in high school, when I played Destiny 1, even I could tell there had been a drop in quality. This wasn't as good as Halo. Like it had its charms, but it still wasn't. It wasn't as good as Halo. So like even then, like as a stupid kid, was like barely in high school, barely coming out of high school. Even then, I could tell like there was like something isn't right. Something isn't right, and it just kept getting worse and worse as time went on. But she might be really fucking dead now. Jesus Christ. Gaming normies just add a battle royale. They'll save it just like Battlefield 6. Isn't Battlefield 6 also losing players too now? Like it lasted like a lot longer. It's been several months since launch, but I think Battle 6 is actually, that's a good question. So let's look at that. Peak 700. All-time peak. Over 5 months. Really good high peaks. As of right now, let's use the 24-hour. At least the 24-hour one. That is a difference of like less than one. They've lost. Oh god, they've lost more than 90% of their players. That is really fucking bad. That is really bad. Now taking marathons of the game dumpster in the sky. It wasn't true yet. It wasn't until I said it was. It wasn't dead. Oh my god, but it might just be fucking dead. And okay, but yeah, Battlefield 6 isn't doing much better. I mean, it's doing better than Battlefield 6. Yay? Question mark? I'm sure those 6 years of development and $110 million minimum were totally worth it. But now Battle Royale fixes every game it touches. Of course it does. That's what Fortnite told me. God damn it. I'm just keeping these. I'm just keeping this for like more support at this point. That looks way cooler. Look, they could even had some with like humanoid features, and it would. But that is still way cooler and way hotter than what they did in the finale. Like you can still kind of have that uncanny humanoid look, but it still looks attractive. Yeah, I keep going back to like the design of the runners, and like that's just a big hang up for me. They just don't look good. Anyway, Highguard's dead. Marathon's prognosis isn't looking great either. There's a ton of cope that people were saying. Yeah, here's the thing. We want people. Hirohai had this great little segment here where he was like pointing out like the pattern that we've been seeing regarding like a lot of these games. Not just the Concord, not just High Guard, but other similar games.
The last thing I want.
This is a really good thing, and this is all from the same guy, the same reviewer. Somehow he is still employed. I have no idea why. Morgan something, I forgot his name.
What I want to show you guys is this meme. This is hilarious. So people are laughing at Morgan Park and PC Gamer.
Morgan Park, and he pretty much says the same exact thing for every game that eventually dies. I think this was Concord. Yeah, I played 7 hours of Concord this weekend and immediately went back in. 8 hours in, Suicide Squad doesn't seem like the disaster some were waiting for. After 5 hours exploring the galaxy and ghosting past Stormtroopers, Star Wars Outlaws is finally winning me over. I played 6 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadows, and folks, I think this one was worth the wait. God, all these lines are so fucking cringy on top of everything. High Guard is fine when you don't have an internet in your ear telling you it's nasty. That, God. And then Marathon Server Slam consumed my weekend. 21 hours later, I gone from meh to believer. This is such an appropriate image. He is literally the Grim Reaper. If he thinks your game is good, oh boy, I would be packing up already. I would be, if I worked at these companies and I heard that, oh my god, Morgan thinks our game is good, it's time to look at my resume. It's time to look at other alternatives and start maybe I need to look into McDonald's. Everyone knows about that meme too. It's your turn now. And again, like, these are the cringiest fucking lines. Like these just like, I think also it's also interesting to know that I don't have like the exact timetable or the timeline in front of me, obviously, but looking at this, it seems like the time between the review and death is faster as it goes on. Like, this is the fastest one. High Guard lasted only no actually Concord was the fastest one. I think Concord only lasted 2 weeks. High Guard lasted 2 months. I think these two, Suicide Squad and Outlaws, I think those lasted like maybe 5-6 months, something like that. Let's see how long Marathon lasts. I mean, this is as fast as kill count. Like 2 weeks. Come on, let's see. Can we beat 2 weeks? I don't think that's gonna happen. There's still a lot of prestige behind Bungie, even though, like I mentioned, I started falling out of love with Bungie by the time I picked up Destiny. That's where it started happening. Where I started realizing this isn't as good as I was hoping it was. Like, I had that aha moment when I was playing Destiny. For the first time. I kind of compare it to Pointless Hub. Like, I had just played a video game and it wasn't as good as I was hoping for. I think that was the first time I started becoming a little bit of a critic, and it's only gotten worse. I mean, partially because I'm a whiny bitch, but also because I think most content has just gotten worse since then. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's still good stuff. I've been saying nothing but good things about, like, the Citadel for the past, like, couple of days. What's another recent game that I like? Let me look at my playlist. I mean, I was, like, kind of, like, going for bat for, the tank game we were playing yesterday with the guys. I like Helldivers. I love Helldivers, despite what's wrong with the community. I love Morta, Pseudo Regalia, Star Trekker, Repo. Fear and Hunger is a great game. Let's see. But yeah, there are still good games coming out, but like, I have become very keenly aware of the bad ones. Is all I'm saying. All right. But yeah, I think my first, I don't know if it's not a red pill moment because it has nothing to do with politics, but my first, like, awakening, I guess, regarding like, hey, maybe some games are bad, was probably Destiny. Now that I think about it, it might have been Destiny. Like, don't get me wrong, I probably played bad games prior to that. But, you know, but I was a kid at the time, you know, I was like going through primary school. Like, I didn't have a concept of like what was good and what was bad. Like, I hardly played anything really. And to be fair, a lot of the games I played growing up, like whether it was like something on like PlayStation 2 or the N64, like it was mostly really, really good. I know for a fact that Neopets: The Darkest Fairy, I think I mentioned that last time, that like that's a bad game. That's just objectively a bad game. But I still loved it as a kid, and I still love it to this day. So clearly I wasn't the best judge of quality back then. And if I have nostalgia for it, I'm probably willing to like give things a pass. But but more modern stuff, yeah, you gotta earn it, and Marathon has not earned it. The sad thing is, on top of all this, and just like we didn't even talk about like the main subject of this video, is that apparently Marathon devs are like, Bungie is basically begging the reviewers to please don't review the game until later this month, because they have like a big update plan and new, like the first big content expansion, which is such bullshit, because like they're basically saying the game is not done, but we still expect you to pay to play it. but it's not done yet though. But please give us some money for it. Like what the heck? Like you're basically openly admitting that it's not done, and you're also asking for favors from reviewers to like to go easy on it, essentially. No, that's not how it works, honey. You sold a product. We're gonna review the product that you charged money for, that's in front of us right now. That's like saying, I heard this analogy like for Marathon the other day. It's like if the waiter put a raw chicken in front of you and charged you like $16 because, and they're telling you, like, don't worry, in 30 minutes this raw chicken is gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a absolutely wonderful Tuscan chicken with spaghetti. But like, you know, just give it 30 minutes. But like, I paid for this like 20 minutes ago, and you're putting it in front of me right now. What the heck? And then the waiter tells you like, whoa, what's with this hostility? Why are you judging us? Like, we just told you the product isn't done. Like, give us a chance. Let us cook, sir. Oh yeah, like to quote the burnt peanut. Let them cook. We gave them 6 years. 6 years of cooking, and they're openly admitting that they still gave us a raw product. He is such a paid for shell. Jesus Christ. Seeing 343 and Bungie fumble just makes me realize that Halo was 1 in a million chance. I mean, they made good games prior. Like the thing is, like, all those, like, everything up until Halo was made by like the Dream Team, but after Halo Reach, those people were already on their way out. They were going on to other studios, they were retiring, they were doing their own things. They were not there anymore, and they were slowly but surely bleeding talent, and you can see it in the quality of Destiny. Like, it was just getting worse and worse and worse until finally Destiny 2. How many people play Destiny 2 to this day? I should probably, like, I'm gonna favorite this. I imagine I'm gonna come back to this site on occasion. Destiny 2. How many people are playing Destiny 2 right now? I want to know the numbers. Do we not have the numbers on it? Okay, yep. That is depressing. 8,446 people are playing Destiny 2 right now. I saw Akko like talking about this like on Twitter earlier today. They were saying how Like, it's too early to say if Marathon is dead. But they asked, is Destiny 2 dead? If it's not dead, it's at least on life support. And I kind of like 100% believe that at the very least Bungie is treating Destiny like it's dead. Because they went all in on Marathon. And they left their... Remember that meme? The drowning child meme? This meme? This is Marathon. That's Destiny 2. It is dying. I mean, this child is also not looking so hot, but Destiny 2 is like actually drowning right now. And they're doing nothing about it. It's so bad. Oh my god, that's so terrible. I knew it was low. I quit Destiny 2 like 2-3 years ago. And good god. That's all I can really say. Every game is like $80 now. It's hard to take a chance on games that could be trash. Like, that's another thing. And I think like, we're all aware of this, but I think Mizu like mentioned it last night. Quality is going down while as prices are going up. Now Marathon's only $40, but that's still, that $40 that you're paying implies a certain level of quality, and I think most people are coming to the conclusion that it's not worth that $40, and I'm kind of coming to that conclusion myself. Again, I say this as somebody who was like super excited when I saw that first trailer. I showed you it. Like, I was excited for that game 2 years ago. I saw that trailer and I like immediately was like hyped. I was ready. I still had faith. How naive. I hadn't become bitter and old yet. 2 years ago. Oh god. Destiny 2 Marathon. La cringe peanut. Yeah, the more I learn about that guy, the more I dislike him. I remember there was somebody in the chat defending them, and like, hey, if you like watching the guy, if you find him funny, that's power to you. You know, watch who you want. Like, if you're like, I appreciate you guys watching me. That being said, he is objectively a paid shill. Now, maybe that doesn't bother you, which is fine. Like, you know, like you have your own boundaries. That being said, you are watching a paid show. If you're watching the burnt peanut, just saying. That is an objective fact. Like, that's not even my opinion. That is objective truth at this point. But yeah, that's Highguard and Destiny. Highguard is officially dead. Its execution order has already been written, and it will be shot in the back of the head on 12th. Look forward to that. And Marathon is not looking so hot. I don't want to say it's like completely dead at this point, but not a good start. Very much not a good start. Remember, I think the number was like they need to sell like 6 million units, something like that, minimum. As many as 11 million to make their money back. And that's just to make their money back. Reminder. That's before profit. So yeah. Not looking so hot. Not a good start. Not a good start. But yeah, that's the Marathon situation. Alright, let's do one more story because it's almost midnight. We have like 15 minutes. What can we talk about? We talked way too much about Iran. Jesus Christ. I kind of want to talk about Hassan because it's funny. What do you guys want to talk about? Do you want to talk about Hassan? Or do you want to talk about Chinese feminists killing gacha games, or other feminists killing, or the hypocrisy of not letting us goon to girls, but while they goon to guys? It's kind of the same. It's a very similar topic, actually. Probably should put these two together. Let's talk about Snowbreak. I play a lot of gacha games, so I think this is like appropriate. So, this is another guy I listen to like on my own every now and then. Styx. He's a pretty good source for information regarding gacha game news and all that. Personally, I find him a little annoying. His editing style and like the way he talks is a little grating for me. Like he's trying too hard. He's kind of like doing that like zoomer, I need to yell into the camera and be zany and weird kind of thing, which is weird because I'm pretty sure he's like in his mid-30s, so I don't know why he's doing that, talking like a zoomer, doing that style of like presentation. Plus he has like really annoying breaks and outros, but that aside, his information is good. I will give him that much. I just wish he didn't, what's the word, exemplify, sensationalize it. I wish he didn't sensationalize it so fucking much. Just give me the information. I don't need it. I don't need you to gacha yet.
Oh my god! What kind of warped
And like, to be fair, like I can get a little crazy and weird sometimes, but he does it like consistently.
Distorted dystopian future are we living in? This is
okay, yeah, like, okay, all that. Anyway, so basically what happened is Snowbreak is currently on indefinite hiatus right now. And if you don't know what Snowbreak is, it's a gacha game. It's a pretty good gacha game too. Based on like it's also really it's fun because like it's a third-person shooter, which is not which is very unique for the gacha game sphere because you don't really have anything quite like it. The basic story of it is like when it first came out, it was kind of like straight-laced. You had like artwork like this. It was very kind of like what's the word? Grounded. It was more grounded. It was going for more like of an aesthetic, like a tactical aesthetic. Like the girls were attractive, like they had nice figures. You had monsters like this where like, you know, it's a big giant woman and all that, but like, you know, it was still grounded and it was like pretty it was going for like a more tactical feel, like kind of similar to like Arc Knights, probably like the best comparison, or early Girls Online before the sequel, where the whole point was like just like keep it cute but grounded, which I appreciate. Like I actually really like this style. What happened though was that it wasn't really making a lot of money, unfortunately. I liked the third person aspect to it. The story was competent, not amazing, but okay. But the thing is, let's be real, sex sells. So they kind of did like a 180 pivot and they went all in on Gunner designs, swimsuits, wedding outfits. You literally have like mini games where you can like pet, I guess is the best way to put it. You can pet the girls and like go on dates with them, and like they went all in on the Gunner designs, and it was the right choice because it went from like very low sales in terms of like in-game purchases, because it's a gacha game. You have to do like minor, you have to pay for pools or pay for costumes and things like that. It went from very low sales to like boom, like one of the most like profitable gacha games like in recent history. Like it jumped, and the change was met with some friction. Like a lot of the English VAs, let's be honest, like I've made it very clear that I'm very skeptical and very critical of a lot of like English voice actors, because a lot of them are very politically minded, and they signed up. I mean, I'll be honest. Like, I mean, to be fair, they signed up for something like this. When they started the game, they thought like, oh, we're gonna be part of like a tactical anime game. You know, like the girls are cute, but they're not like super overly sexualized, and like this is what they signed up for. And then they pivoted to this. And to be fair, like it was, for some of them, it was a big like bit of a shock, so they quit because they like I don't want to voice like a Gunner game. Like I don't want to voice like lines where I'm like gushing over the MC, because like, there's a lot of like scenarios like this where it's like you have to basically role play as the girlfriend, and so like I understand like maybe they don't want to do that. Like that's fair. Like, you know, if you're a voice actor, don't do anything that makes you uncomfortable. Fair. I mean, like that goes with any work, right? But that doesn't mean it doesn't deserve to exist. But apparently that's where we have a disagreement, because apparently a Chinese activist group went after Snowbreak and accused them of all sorts of nasty shit. Here we go. Rebirth kills male infants, forces mothers to kill. What the fuck? Apparently this is stuff that they've done. I don't know if this is true or not. I guess started by seeing rat fans care about misandrous. Okay, so it's like a theory. So apparently they're doing this attack as like a cover-up for like their very weird and fetish fan fictions where they go around like, this is not real, this is fan fiction, where they go around and kill male sons, massacre men, kill women who love men. Bestiality, holy shit. What the fuck? What is happening? Okay, so they're into like some very creepy, insane shit apparently, and I think the idea is that they're going after gacha games to like put up a smoke screen so that they don't talk about this, since apparently. Alright, hold on.
There's a large radical feminist group trying to shut down the entire gacha game space, and you can kind of see the games that they are now trying to target after being successful with taking one game down, because they've tasted blood in the water.
Technically, Snowbreak is not down yet, it's just like an indefinite hiatus. I hope they can come out of it, but we'll see.
They realize that they
not
can
looking
take
good,
series offline, potentially cause them to go EOS, indefinite maintenance, and now because they feel like they have a sense of power, they're now targeting all these other different gacha games that are very—
So by the way, this is Chibi, another guy. He's like really good for like anime in particular, in terms of the news source that he provides. He primarily talks about anime games, and mostly just anti-censorship stuff. You might know about him recently because he was cheated on by his fiance. He had a scare with suicide, potentially committing suicide. Oh my god, welcome Kirokami Yuji, welcome. You came at a very awkward time. But your complimentary Blue Archive body pillows waiting for you in the barracks. Hope you enjoy. But welcome. We're talking about the recent incident where like some gacha games were shut down. I was just like introducing the guy I'm using as like a source.
Very well known in the space. And
yeah, he's got through some stuff, but thankfully he's kind of come out of it. Thankfully he started going to the gym. He's trying to find like I think he's found like a more solid friend group that he can rely on. So good. Like JB's moving forward, like good, because there was like a big scare like regarding his mental health for a second there.
I feel like it's my duty to talk about this because it's very important to shed light on the story that is escalating by the day, escalating by the hour.
I think good to follow.
It will affect a lot of people if more people do not speak up about it.
The feminist group ain't stopping Blue Archive. They beat the Korean government. They would. Do you mean they would have to beat the Korean government? That's one of the things that I wanted to mention about this. Some of the games that they're going after, the list is right here. This is a Chinese-based feminist group, and the way they're taking down the games is by basically complaining to the CCP, and the CCP takes complaints very seriously. You can basically complain about everything, and they'll immediately do an investigation, and at the very least, that would force the game into a shutdown or like a maintenance mode. And while they're in maintenance, they're basically draining money. They're not earning anything. They're just like, they're basically, it's kind of like a shark. If the shark stops moving, it's gonna drown. And that's kind of like the thing for any live service game. If it's not, every time it goes down, they're losing money. And that's basically what they're doing. They're just choking them out. So just complaining and forcing an investigation to happen, which the CCP will do, because like that's how they operate. You know, Chinese communists. You know, that's how they be. They're basically killing them due to inactivity. But the key definition there is Chinese. not all these games are Chinese. Most of them are. For better or worse, most gacha games are based in China, but not all of these are. Blue Archive is based in Korea, like you said, TOA. What's the another one? Gods of Victory, Nikkei is also in Korea. And I think that's it of the ones that are here. Uma Musume is also in Korea in case they go after that one, but Uma Musume, sorry, hit the mic, is more, it's more tame, so they might not go after that one. Technically, Blue Archive is not any more lewd than Uma Musume. The only reason Blue Archive is kind of listed on this list, I imagine, is because Blue Archive has the reputation of being a lewd game. If you play the game itself, there's nothing lewd in it whatsoever. Like the worst thing you'll see is like swimsuits. That's it. All you'll see is swimsuits. But there's no jiggle physics or anything like that. Not really. I mean, I guess maybe on the chibi models, but it's still relatively tame. God damn it. All those things like the ooh cunny and all that, like the lewd stuff, that's all fan art. That's all fan made content. Like in the game itself, it's very tame. Like all these fantasies of like sensei getting with the students, that doesn't happen in the game. Like the sensei is very clear about, you're my precious students, I'm gonna do what I can for you. That's the extent of the relationship. There's no romance involved. Like maybe there's hints that the students are developing feelings, but it's like childhood crushes, you know, like innocent stuff. It doesn't go beyond that. And if it does, it's in fan content. So like the games itself, they can't do anything about it. And then on top of that, it's a Korean game, so they can't really force an investigation on them. Maybe they have some other tactics they might try, because like this brings to mind, and Chippy mentioned it. Last year, there was another feminist group. It's always the feminists. Collective Shouts, I think they were called. They're based in Australia, yet they got pretty much the entire Western world, primarily Steam, to basically bend the knee and conform to their, to what they want by basically just getting in with the credit card companies and forcing them to force Steam to change their policies. Now there's more nuance to that than that, because Collective Shot was kind of just like the catalyst, whereas the credit card companies kind of already wanted to do this. They've been doing this like this slow but threatening advancement of their power, basically like controlling the money and forcing people to like conform to what they view. They didn't do Collective Shout's bidding because they were forced to do it. They did it because they already agreed with them, and they saw this as an opportunity to spread their influence. As a Nikkei player, I'm safe because CN's a different version anyway. Yeah, so like Nikkei, the worst thing that could happen, and the same thing with Blue Archive, the worst thing that could happen with those two games is that the games their CN servers will be shut down, but they still have plenty of other players. Now, to be fair, CN servers give a lot of money. The gacha community in China is massive. That's why a lot of, like, unfortunately, this has happened before. A lot of game companies will, like, completely shaft the global market just to appeal to CN. Like, just look at Nikkei. Nikkei's a great example because, like, they have exclusive content, they have exclusive Nikkeis, they have exclusive events. All of this, plus the base content, is exclusive to China, the Chinese service. There's a reason why there is a meme. Where is it? Nikkei. Let me go here just in case. Picture. Can I find this? Yeah, this. Let me see if I can find them. That's not that. Where is it? What is that? I can't find the meme, unfortunate. Servers. Oh, here it is, here it is. Found it. Hopefully this isn't too graphic. But yeah, this is basically what's happening right now. It's it was a little worse earlier, but it's still basically happening right now. You know, CN servers shift up. Everybody else, yeah, we're in the cuck chair right now. If you're not on the CN servers, you're in the cuck chair. However, CN might get shafted entirely in the next coming weeks or months. We'll see what happens. But so yeah, they play favoritism to the Chinese servers. Well, those Chinese servers might have to go offline. We'll see what happens. I mean, that's not good. Like, I don't want those players to lose access to Nikkei. Because Nikkei's a great game. I'm just saying, they get favoritism. That's not an opinion, that's a fact. That's objective fact. Isn't Uma Japanese? Yeah, that's another thing. That's why I said, if they did target Uma Musume, they would be fine, because it's a Japanese-based game. Sorry if I wasn't clear about that. Rupee's great girl. It's always the Aussies. Yeah, Australia needs to get their shit together. This shit's going down. Shit's going down there. That didn't sound very good, but you know what I mean. Poor Vegemite people. Remember when they banned loli manga material? Yeah, they're coming after the lolis and the cunnies, and I don't appreciate it as somebody who likes that. So it's just so stupid. Again, these people can't distinguish fiction from reality, and it's just. And unfortunately, they're very powerful people on top of that. So it's like, what the fuck? We can't have anything nice. Seeing launch with quality of life updates that we haven't. Oh yeah, that's also true. They had like better load times and more better optimization, which I think we still do not have. My phone still gets warm. I have a Galaxy 22 Ultimate. This is a really good phone. It's a little on the older side. I think it's like 5 years old now, but this is really good. This came out after Nikkei came out. This thing still gets warm whenever I play Nikkei, and it's always been a problem. It's gotten a little better, but not by much. And also, Nikkei, when it launched globally, because it was global before it went to CN, I remember it was a buggy mess. That's why I didn't play Nikkei on launch, because I knew how buggy it was. I didn't play until like 5 or 6 months in, when they finally like settled things. But it took them a while. It was a good recovery, I'll give them that, but China never had to deal with that bullshit. Just saying. The rest of the world had to play had to play as beta testers so that the Chinese players could get the optimal experience. Also, poor Rappy. Poor Rappy. Oh, we were looking at that earlier. Pretty sure CN Nikkei on mobile launches faster than on my PC. I wouldn't be surprised. Like I said, we're in the cuck chair. Get used to it. Why am I still playing this game? That's one of the reasons I took a break from Nikkei, because I was mad about that. But I genuinely just like the story for Nikkei. And also, they released Liberalia, and I love Liberalia, excuse me. And now we have Popstar Anise coming out soon. Like, it's a good game. It's just a good game. And I couldn't stay away. I'm still mad at them. And every time they do a survey, I always say the same thing. Like, you're favoring the CN server, and your gacha skins cost too much. I say the same thing every time. They still haven't changed anything. So clearly, in my opinion, the survey is bullshit, and they don't actually pay attention to it. They just pretend they do. Anyway, but yeah, that's the basic gist of what's going on. Oh yeah, and then just the hypocrisy of it. Apparently, the people who are doing this attack, they love Love and D Space. And if you don't know what Love and D Space is, it's a gacha game tailored to women. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. You can have a gacha game that's primarily meant for girls. You know, like, let the gals have their husbandos. I mean, like, these guys look pretty hot. I'm not gonna deny that. As a bi guy, like, I don't know. I should probably play. I should try this game. But the point is, like, this is a game meant for women. Like, period. Like, this is for the girls. Like if you're a gay guy, like, obviously nobody's gonna stop you from playing it, obviously. but it's meant primarily for girls. The same way most gacha games, like Nikkei, like Blue Archive, pretty much everything on this list is primarily meant for guys. Now, again, if you're a girl and you play it, fine. You can do whatever the hell you want. It's a free game. You can download it and no one's gonna stop you. The cops aren't gonna kill you for it. Aren't gonna come for you for it. But this is a game primarily meant for guys. And the Radfems who did this attack love this game. They play it all the time. So it's just pure hypocrisy. They can have their game that they can flick their bean to all they want. But if we gentlemen decide that we want to play our own games, now we have a problem. Now they have a problem with us. And that's objectifying women or blah blah blah, whatever typical bullshit that the feminists bring along with them. It's just pure fucking hypocrisy. Do as I say, not as I do. The usual bullshit. It's just so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, and then Chibi brought up these other examples. Like this same mentality isn't like all over the gaming space. PC Gamer had these, excuse me, had these wonderful articles. Like literally just a few. I think these were just like a few months apart. Gooner Game of the Year, Stellar Blade, mods are 41% smart, ensuring gamers will never see the light of heaven. While at the same time, when Baldur's Gate 3 came out, Baldur's Gate 3 better sex scene with such an upward turn in momentum for the game that its animator called his mom to show us off. She was like, "That's weird." They celebrate their stuff. Their sexuality is okay. When they do it, it's fine. When we do it, we're filthy fucking degenerates. They're out there fucking bears, but because we like this, we're the problem. Also, hey Gabby, welcome. How's it going? You're coming in a little late. I'm probably gonna stop soon, but oh, I owe you a kiss. Let me give that to you real quick. I'm sorry I didn't get this to you yesterday. Here you go, Gabby. Mwah. Thank you for stopping by. I was appreciated. Anyway, yeah, it's just double standards, hypocrisy, whatever word you want to fucking use. Horny man, yeah, basically horny men bad, horny women good. And like you see it in articles and in feminist writing all the time, how they treat their sexuality. Women's sexuality is good, it's beautiful, it's poetic. They can go on pages upon pages of dialogue about how great their sexuality is. I know this because I had to read it in university and I hated it. Page upon page about female sexuality and how beautiful and wonderful and necessary it is. But a guy wants to goon it to a hot girl, and suddenly in his sexuality is disgusting, degenerate, and terrible, and harmful. It hurts real women. Me liking this character hurts real women. I'm guilty. I'm fucking guilty. Just string me up, boys. I goon it to Samus Aran. I deserve death, I guess. Anyway, I'm gonna put this away. I keep going back to that. I guess it was useful here. Yeah, TOA, do their job for them. Kill me. And no worries, Gabby. I'm sorry it took so long. The stream was literally ending yesterday, and I didn't catch your redeem. I apologize. Sorry it took so long. Seems like they just hate women who look better. I mean, that's another thing. Like, there's a lot of theories, but like that's a pretty prevalent one. Like, they just don't like women that look better than them. It's just jealousy. It's just pettiness. Anyway. But yeah, Snowbreak might be dying. Like I said, it's like no one's really like I'm the first person that brought that up, but I think I'm right about it. So if anyone like ask you, I now said it first. The way this is really bad is because a gacha game is a live service game. A live service game needs to stay live. If people are not playing the game, they are losing. They're actively losing money. They are slowly bleeding out. By putting Snowbreak on indefinite hiatus, they're basically killing it by asphyxiation or slow bleed out. If it doesn't come online soon enough, it's basically just gonna die from blood loss. That's basically how it works. And that's like, I think that's the strategy. They complain to the government. The government launches an investigation, and while the investigation is ongoing, they're forced to shut down the game, go into indefinite hiatus, because they can't. They're under investigation. They can't do anything. Their hands are tied, and while their hands are tied, they're slowly bleeding money. And so they effectively killed them. Unless the government comes around and realizes there's no case here, and they have to do it soon, then they're screwed. Period. No wonder women choose being alone in the woods with bears over men. That whole thought experiment just really kind of showed like the mentality of some of these people. Like I don't know what to say about the women who chose the bear. Like there's something wrong with them, like mentally, like seriously. They were doing things with the bear. We have no way of proving that wrong, so you know what? I choose to believe it. They were just fucking the bears. Hypocrisy is considered the worst sin for a reason. I mean, they don't care. A lot of them don't even believe in sin. There's nothing wrong about missing something by accident. I don't know where you're going with that. Can't imagine how long a CN investigation would take. Yeah, like that's another thing. This is the Chinese Communist Party. They're not known for being gentle, especially with their own people. So yeah, it could take. Again, they want this to end as soon as possible, but if it doesn't end soon, Snowbreak's done. They'll just die of blood loss. So rip. And like I don't play Snowbreak anymore, but I did enjoy what I did play, and so it's saddening to see it. I just hope that we can. I don't know how we can, but I hope we can somehow find a way to fight back against CN players. In Chinese gacha players are really proactive. We've talked about how they force story change and other things. They force the games to conform to what they wanted. Like entire storylines were rewritten for Chinese players. But that was just the studio. I'm not sure how they would appeal to like the government if they could do that at all. But who knows? I mean, they're pretty dedicated, so I can only hope that in China the players will come around. Well, I mean, like I'm sure they're not happy. I'm just hoping like maybe they can do something and appeal to their government and make them like not take these complaints seriously and realize that, hey, this is a coordinated attack on games that are not doing anything wrong. They're just trying to make their money. So I don't know, because you know how hard they are pushing for complete censorship. We're probably close to victory. I hope you're right, Gabby. I really hope. Like censorship like has been like a really hot topic for like the past 10 years, but it's really picked up in like the past like 2 or 3. Like the credit card companies like coming in to like censor Steam and other studios. This shit, it's like the whole government IDs, like they're happening like in England, or you have to like prove that you're an adult when you're online. Like it just feels like it's getting worse and worse. So I hope it's like the death throes that like censorship would not be a problem, but I don't know what the solution is. But yeah, we'll see. Hopefully this comes out fine. I don't want to say Snowbreak is dead, but like it doesn't look good. And I fear for these other games as well. I don't particularly fear for not Zero Lane, for Nikkei. And yeah, and Nikkei and Blue Archive, because again, those are Korean-based companies. But that being said, what about future games? Like, I'm excited for NTE. Like, what's gonna happen to that? That game, it's like, it's not super Gooner-ish, but there are attractive characters in it. I don't play Arknight's Enfield, but Mizu plays it, and some of you guys probably play it too. And like, I don't want him to lose his game. Like, that would suck. He loves Enfield. Like, I don't want anyone to lose their favorite gacha game because some Chinese Karens decided to like bitch and moan to the government, and the government took it too seriously. Styx, the guy I mentioned earlier, where is he? This guy, Styx. I don't know if he said it, but somebody in his audience said it, but they had like a really good idea. They just need to offshore their accounts. Don't be based in China. Like, you could be a Chinese-owned company, but have like your offices like in Singapore, maybe not Taiwan. Someone suggested Taiwan. I think it was somewhere in this chat. Yeah, Taiwan. Maybe not Taiwan, because we were talking about that earlier, and that might not be a good idea. You might not want to move your business assets to the place that your government might or might not invade in the near future. But, you know, like Singapore. Singapore's a good idea. Or like put them in Japan or Vietnam, anywhere but China that doesn't get blown up. The Girls Online cuck situation? What was that? I'd never heard of that, the Girls Online cuck situation. I imagine it was bad, because you know how hard they are pushing the Chinese just need to be enlightened to the guy. They will find out. I mean, Blue Archive does have a Chinese server. I mean, they're getting there. They're starting to learn. Play on the side, and I don't want you to lose that, Yuji. Like, you guys, like, again, like, there are people who love all these games, and none of them deserve this. This is so stupid. Trying to find that list again. Yeah, here's the ones with bounties on their head, I guess is the best way to put it. Oh, okay, we're fine with this. Yeah, like how Hoyo moved. Oh yeah, did Hoyo move? Let me see. Where's the Hoyo main office? Yeah, they moved to Singapore. Smart. Again, like, Singapore is like probably one of the most protected places in the world regarding what do you call it? Business assets. They're very protective of their business assets in Singapore. The government is very protective. We'll protect you. We'll protect your business assets. They don't allow. They're very strict on. This is another topic, but they're very strict on like outside influences. Let me just put it that way. But if you're willing to come in and work by their rules and work on business, then they will work with you. So good. Like, if you have like a really important company, Singapore's a great place to put it. Explained that most of the big Chinese companies already own offices in other countries for that reason, including MiHoYo. Good. That's a good that's a good idea. As for these other ones, I'm not so sure. Where is Arknights located? Hippogriff. No, is that what it's called? Hypergriff. Sorry, that's how you spell it. Hypergriff. Main office. Did they think ahead? They're still in China. That's not good. Yep. they're still subject to that. So the Arknight's not good. Grey Raven's fine because that's Hoyo. Korea. Where's Girls Frontline? Frontline. I forgot the name of the dev. Developer. Sunborn. Studio? Is that what it's called? No, fuck. Location. Where are they based? That's they're also in China. I feel like most of them are in Shanghai. What was the cuck situation? I don't know. Does someone have a link for that? If you find it, send it to me. I'm curious. What happened in Girls Online that was cuck? Oh wait, are you talking about Raymond? That's what you're talking about. In Girls Online 2, they were planning on having one of the girls is gonna have a backstory regarding where they were not even dating. They were like friends. She was like friends with another commander or some other guy. His name was Raymond, something like that. And all the Chinese player base lost their collective shit because they don't want to think about their waifu having, and I know the character, it was DD12, I believe. Shotgun. DP12. No, it wasn't her. It was oh shit. Oh fuck her. She was one of the Chinese characters. Where is she? I know which one. This one. Dayan. Her. This filthy whore thought she could just go talk to other men while we were away. Keep in mind, there's like a 10-year time gap between GFL 1 and GFL 2. And during that time gap, she developed a friendship, not even like a romantic relationship. She was friends with another person, with another guy, another male. And the Chinese server was not having it. They hated it. The NTR sailors. Well, apparently it's the Chinese servers. They don't like it. I mean, she's pretty. Like I get. Like she's also a fan favorite because she was one of the most favorite characters in the first game. It's a point of national pride too because her weapon of choice is the type 95, which is it's no longer, but it was once China's main assault rifle, service rifle. So yeah, so it was a combination of like she's just really pretty, and also she was based upon a very Chinese rifle. So you know, their service rifle. So like again, national pride. So like they don't want her to be sullied by some other chud who dares touch her and look upon her. How dare they? She's only for the commander, period. Honestly relatable. What? You don't want other people looking at your girl, Gabby? I don't have like a link to the story, but like I just told you the story. That's the story. It literally was just another guy, Raymond, had the audacity to look at her. One girl from the OG game in the second game was revealed to have a close relationship. Yeah, it was her. It was Dayan. Yeah, Dayan, formerly Type 95. They completely wrote out that story. It is not canon. It is gone. They deleted that. That story is no longer canon, period. She's really pretty. I'm not gonna deny that. Oh, look at her old design. She looks really cute in her chibi form. Yeah, that's a Type 95 right there. Really shitty rifle, actually. The character is great. Like, I love Dayan. Like, well, I don't love her, but I like her. I like Dayan, but her rifle is a piece of garbage. It's absolutely trash. it was basically a propaganda piece, just so that they could have like something quick and ready for like parades, so that they can show like, oh, the Chinese army, the People's Liberation Army, gotta say it correctly, had brand new shiny rifles, so that they can like they can show the public that they're going into the future, and they have and they're advancing, and like they will soon be unbeatable. Not even the Western dogs can do anything against them. But the rifle itself is a piece of shit. People have actually gotten time on them, and they don't shoot very well at all. They have a tendency to jam. They're made of very cheap plasticky parts. I mean, a lot of modern rifles are made out of plastic, but like very cheap plastic. It's almost like they were made in China. Bullpup cringe. I like bullpups, but this is a bad one. This is an actually objectively bad bullpup. Let's be real. How dare she even breathe the same air as another man? That was the mentality. Oh, she looks so cute in her casual wear. Oh. Anyway, but yeah, that's the Girls From Line cuck storyline. I had completely forgotten about it, but yeah, it was a funny little I wonder if it's here. No, I think it's just not in the story whatsoever at this point. I'd like to do. Oh, this is from like the first game. Yeah, these aren't like available in GFL2, but these are like her Light 2D skins from the first game. You can kind of tell that they're on the simpler side. Like this is like some of the first instances that I was aware of Light 2D. Yeah, so it's a little jank. It's not as smooth as like say me, for example. But you know, it's still pretty cool. Like this was like cutting edge back in like 2016. But yeah. Anyway, that's basically it regarding that story. And yeah, that was basically it regarding the censorship. Hopefully we'll see what happens. Like we said, a lot of them are basically immune because they're not based in China. Again, Hoyo was smart enough to move away, but a lot of them are still in China, like Hippogriff, Sunborn. I don't know about these other ones, but it depends. Like Hoyoverse is safe because they're not in China. They're not based in China. But the same with Blue Archive and Nikkei because they're in Korea. But the other ones, they might want to consider moving house. Like that's the easiest solution, but it's not a cheap one. It takes time and money to, you know, go rent a building on the other side of the world. Surprise, I know. I mean, not this. They probably have the money. They could probably do it, but like, it's sad that they would have to do that. Like just to defend themselves from like crazy feminists. They shouldn't have to do that, but we live in crazy times. We'll see. I'm just saying, NTR can be annoying sometimes. That's fair. Yeah, but the thing is, like, she wasn't even in a relationship with this guy. She was just friends with him. From what I understand of the story, they were just friends. Literally that. But like the Chinese players were just like they didn't want, like, you're joking there. Who said it? Where's my thing? Who said it? Shit. TOA. Yeah, you said like how dare she even breathe the same air from another man. Like, you're joking about that, but like the Chinese server players were basically that was basically their MO. They basically believe that she can't be near any other guy. Period. Like it was a big fucking taboo for them for some reason. Like I can get it. Like I know NTR turns off a lot of people, and that's fair. Like I understand. Like for obvious reasons. But there's that, and then she was literally just talking to him. Like, come on, guys. Like, let's be mature about it. But what's done is done. That storyline is gone. Like, it's never coming back. NTR bad. Again, I understand. I get it. But people into NTR and NTS and unicorns can be annoying. What's wrong with unicorns? I don't get that. NTS unicorns. What are those? Was I joking? Joking used to me. Fair. Anyway, there's your history lesson for today. Yes, and unfortunately, I don't think we have time to get into this. I mean, this is basically the same thing. It's kind of similar to this. Feminists, less activists getting upset that you're gooning to women, but we're gonna goon to the guys all along. I think there was an article. Leon Kennedy mod. Let me see. Yeah, this article right here. Can I even show that? Stop the clock. Resident Evil recommends first sexy Leon mod. Hit Nexus mod. Just 4 days. They timed it. They fucking timed it. These are the same people that wrote that article that we were talking about earlier. Where's the one Chibi did?
Bring up something though.
It's PC Gamer. They did the Baldur's Gate 3 article, and they also wrote this. Are you God, they're so. Oh god, hypocrisy is like, it feels like too weak a word at this point, because they keep fucking doing it. But they'll get mad at you if you think Grace is cute, or wanna bang Jill, or get off to Ada. But oh boy, thank God we have those shirtless Leon mods. And I say this as like a bi guy. Like I love Leon. Leon's fucking hot. He's great. But I also like Ada, and I also like Jill, and I also like Chris. Why can't I just have all of them? Why can't we just have equal opportunity nude bots for everybody? Because the moment I don't know if it exists. Let me see. What's the name of her name? Grace? Yeah, Resident Evil. That's a new girl, right? Let me see. Is there any mods for her? Thicker proportions. Okay, there's some out. There's some out. Thicker proportions. Okay, before, after. It doesn't even do that much. You can barely tell the difference. Okay, she's slightly thicker downstairs. I bet they would throw a tantrum over this. Okay, I can notice it now. It doesn't look natural, if I'll be honest. But that's the best you're gonna get. That's the best you're gonna get. But if you want that Leon shirtless mod, oh my god, really? It's already out there. He's already ready. He's already greased up and ready for you. Call them heretics. I guess heretics is a good word too. Sure, why not? How dare you sexualize women like an object? Hot man shows up. Women bark, bark, bark. God, it's just, oh my god, they gave him a tramp stamp? I didn't even know it did that. Oh my god, that's amazing. Like, I like this. It's just that, like, why can't I have that and then... Yeah, long mod. Why can't I have this too? Yeah, why can't I have this too? No, to be fair, these do exist. Like, I can have this if I want. I can have it. But if the people who wrote that article, if the people at PC Gamer found out about them, you know they would be having a tantrum. Oh, this one where she's a wedding dress. That's pretty cute. That one looks cool. Love that. Like, these are great. Like I said, why can't we just have both? ¿Por qué no los dos? Why can't we just have hot men and women? Why do we have to, like, demonize people for liking one or the other? Why can't we just have both and let people who enjoy one, and then people who like the other, let them enjoy it too? And then people like me in the middle can have both of them. Great. Everyone can be happy, but no. You have to, like, get after people for enjoying themselves. We have to police people's enjoyment. Also, I'm sorry, TLA. I missed that. Thank you for the redeem. Both would be good. Yeah, exactly. Like, why can't we just let people have fun? Why do we have to demonize other people's enjoyment of things? Because it appeals to the male gaze. Yeah, we know the talking points. We know the talking points. Male gaze. It hurts women. It's unrealistic. The one that like really like, I don't know if it pissed it. No, it didn't piss me off. It just like left me like starstruck because like I was just so fucking confused. It was like somebody hit me with a flashbang when somebody said that like liking something like what was it? It was Stellar Blade. It was with Eve. It was with Eve. There was I think it was an IGN article that said that Eve being this hot was literally killing young girls. What? Make that make sense. I don't understand. That was their words. Like I forgot the article itself, but I'm pretty sure it was IGN France. I know that for certain. And I forgot the name of the article itself, but that was their wording. I might be paraphrasing a little bit, but they were saying that Eve from Stellar Blade, this fictional 3D model, was literally killing girls. How do you come to such conclusions? Maybe I don't want to know. Because like that's the ravings of a madman, clearly. Even Nexus mods censors some mods too. Yeah, that's you're not wrong about that too. Like you can't have certain things as well. Yeah, they did censor some Eve mods. I remember that. That's for sure. They did censor some Stellar Blade ones. It really just comes down to like whether they want to get rid of it or not. If they think it goes too far, they'll get rid of it, which is stupid. Like that they get the opportunity to say that. To decide all that. Obviously, the more tame, of course, they're okay with something like this. I mean, like to be fair, this is kind of funny. That is kind of funny. I'm not gonna deny. The stupid Mega Starmie. But it really comes down to like if they're feeling generous that day or not, and whether they'll. But they always have the axe over their neck. They're just waiting for the opportunity to come down. It's pretty cool. Cosmos. I love Cosmos. I really need to play. I forgot what game she's from. Well, she's from Xenoblade 2, but she was from another game first. Forgot. Anyway, whatever. I understand the thought process. I can tell you, it's dumb. I mean, it's good to understand your opponent's ideology. It's still stupid. But it's just useful to know. Oh, this one's cute. I love the One Piece school girl swimsuits. Usually on Cunny, but you know what I mean. It's still really cool. I love One Piece swimsuits in general. They're just really hot. Oh, there's good ones. Nothing here. And I have no problem with showing you guys this because like they're not gonna have like something too explicit on out here. Those are some big fucking boobs. Big fucking ass. Not for me. I'm not really into hyper, but if you like that, you know, at least you can find it. They didn't take it down yet. For how long though? Okay, so I'm guessing this person just does upscaled assets for different outfits, which is fine. Like that's their prerogative. Ooh, bunny ear headband. That's really cute. The colors. I'd probably go with base black, and then you can put it on any outfit. Obviously, it goes well with the bunny leotards. It's a bunch of the alt left that believe that feminine and masculine traces are aspects of individuality, and that must be erased because people being different equals bad. Yeah, it's just fucking insane. Like they want everyone to be an amorphous blob. It's kind of it reminds me of Fairly Odd Parents of all things, where like there's like literally a world where they made everyone a blob so that you can't discriminate against each other. And it's the same mindset. Like we gotta get rid of like all aspects of gender so that everybody will be the same. It's just insane. Like it's like people there's physical aspects of humans that you can't deny are innately feminine and innately masculine. This is how it is. Like that's how biology works. But these people hate biology and they hate objective facts. It's the postmodernist view. Objective facts are evil. You can't have that. Controversy all comes down to women not feeling comfortable with their own bodies. I mean, that's pretty much it. Like if you look at most of the people saying that they hate this kind of stuff, they're usually land whales. Let's be real. I think there's a lot of aspects to it, but insecurity is definitely part of it. Insecurity plus ideology plus indoctrination plus going against your own nature. There's a lot that goes along with it. That is where the gender is a social construct comes from. Yep, exactly. That's literally what they always say. That's why I fucking hate it when ooh, this is kind of cool. Oh, it looks a little frumpy. But I would unironically like this. It's actually kind of cool. I would use this in the game. Because it just looks... I love the NCR Ranger armor. And she looks good in it. You can have mods in the game that are not sexual, but are still neat. Like, I unironically like that. You can call them the Soviet Union 9K... What? Jeez. Also, this looks neat. What the hell? Fifth blue. It needs more images. Is this like a completely 100% unique outfit? Because it looks good. Like, I love that collar. It might be a NIF scope. That's an old term from Fallout modding. Basically, they take different parts of a objects in the game, and then they like mash them together to make like a completely new asset. That might be what's going on here. Like, they took the legs off of like a planet diving suit, the arms from something, the torso from something, and then they mashed it all together, gave it a different texture, and then came up with this. But it looks really good. It might be a NIF scope. Either way, I like it. Look it up if you want the full joke. I didn't get it, I will say that. Soviet 9K 11. Is that a real thing? Oh god. Oh, I know about this thing. I just forgot about it. Call them the Soviet 9K 11 Real clip. Yeah, I know about this thing. I completely forgot about it until just now. God. 2 good things came out of the Soviet Union. The first thing was the AK, the second thing is this thing. The best named anti-armor launcher ever. Amazing. Okay, that's 2 things you can say came out of Soviet Union that's actually objectively good. This looks pretty cool. This is just a color change. Yeah, I imagine some of these are gonna just be color changes, which is fine. Anyway, we're getting on with it. It's already like it's almost 1 a.m. We're going pretty long. Let's call it here. But yeah, we just talked about that. What else is there? Oh yeah, Hassan being fucking idiot. Basically, he's basically actively encouraging terrorism. Again, we already went over this. Like, if you don't agree with what's going on in the Middle East right now, like, power to you. Like, we can have a civil debate, and I like to think we did have a civil debate earlier. We can disagree with each other, and we can, like, you know, talk it back and forth. But this specimen is actively encouraging terrorism, alluding to drones and drone attacks and things like that, and a lawyer is now threatening him with and he's trying to like claim that it's defamation. Like, bitch, they're just saying what you said back to you, and they're using that as their case. Like, what is wrong with you? It's literally just his words. He literally had a Houthi pirate on his stream and basically just like glazed him the entire time, talking about how he's just like a modern day Luffy from One Piece. It's so sad how like the worst people have co-opted One Piece just because they happen to be pirates. You know, technically they're criminals, but you know, they're actually fighting actual, you know, injustices in their world, you know. Plus, you know, Luffy's kind of in it just for the adventure. Like, he's not really a moral guy from what I understand. I haven't seen all of One Piece, but I've seen like the first couple of episodes and read the first couple of volumes. It's also a musical instrument. You guys know it, known as a bassoon. Is it really called that? Like the proper term for it? Also, I don't know if I should say it. I think I said faggot the other day. I'm worried I might get in trouble again, or I might get in trouble when he's not. I mean, he's getting worse, to be honest. And like he's big mad that his big bro the what the fuck was his name? The Ayatollah was killed. So yeah. And he has no case whatsoever. If he actually does push this into like trying to do defamation, he has no case, basically.
Hey, what's up, guys? Here.
Legal Mindset. Oh, who's this guy? In actual, though, I think I mentioned him yesterday. He actually is a pretty good lawyer.
It's just you can purchase them. From,
yeah.
You know, you can purchase them in the online marketplace.
Yeah, like he's actively just encouraging them to go buy drones and maybe do something naughty with them. Who knows? You know, allegedly. So, but yeah, that's literally it's just his words being used against them. So, but yeah, Twitch is still gives them a platform, an actual terrorist enabler, and basically groupie to them. And his sky's blue. No, yep, you're not wrong. He's always been a fucking moron, isn't he? Does he have the pass? Dama says the N-word all the time. I mean, do I need a pass? I'm bi. I can say it without needing a pass, but it doesn't mean YouTube isn't gonna get mad at me. Also, welcome, number one, Astoffel Glazer. Let's go. Finally, something worth glazing. Let's go. Your complimentary Astoffel figurine is waiting for the barracks. Hope you enjoy. CEO's face streaming. Yeah, like they're actually friends, and it's just so fucking sad. Another thing that like is kind of interesting about this is that he's actively trying to get into the good graces of like politicians. Like he did this little segment where he was directly calling out to Gavin Newsom, of all people, the governor of California, who says he's gonna run for the presidency in 2028. He's saying how like dude, come on to the show, Gab man, my Gabby boy. He said really weird shit, like guy, and I thought I was gay. And like saying like come to the show, which is also ironic because like he's on record, he's been calling him like a terrible governor, how he hates him, that he's like actively harming the trans community, like all this other shit that Hassan himself blamed Gavin for. Newsom. That's not, why am I using his first name? So simultaneously, first he like criticizes him, and now he's begging him to like, hey, come on, dude, let's have a chat. Let's do an interview on my show. Like, let's just fucking do it. Oh yeah, and then he hung out with the mayor of NYC, of New York City. Yeah, there's the Newsom, whatever. God, he looks like the evil villain. Like in like, you know, like all the 90s like sitcoms and like movies where the villain of the story is like a billionaire, like a guy with a ton of money who's like trying to like close down like a community center or something like that. He looks like that guy. He looks like the guy who's like trying to close down the place where all the kids hang out and have their events and shit. Like he looks like the typical corporate billionaire bad guy that you see in a lot of movies. Which is they're nice when you see an opportunity to turn you into content. I mean, basically, and like it's flippy floppy on Hassan's side. Oh wait, where was it? Actually him, there he is. But it's also like Newsom himself is also very flippy floppy. He goes back and forth on issues all the time. Basically, whatever he thinks will get him more votes in favor. He's like I don't want to get too into it, but basically he's probably like the least decisive politician I've ever seen, and that's not a good thing. He'll say whatever he thinks will get him more votes. Again, he wants to be president in 2028, but his chances aren't looking good. Even CNN will tell you that. And like he also was friendly with, where is he? There's a picture of it. Yeah, right there. You can't really see it, but right there. Yeah, he's right there with the current mayor of New York, Mamdani. And the thing about him is, if I remember correctly, I mean, like, he of course 100% supports Mamdani, because Mamdani is like officially, he's a, what was it called? Democratic socialist. He's basically a communist. And the song's all about communism and, you know, eat the rich, yada yada. Twin, the chat history is tickling the fuck. Wait, what? Wait, what? Nah, J.K. Gavin has his own podcast. Oh, okay. I mean, I'm not surprised that he does. I mean, he kind of had to go to the voters. Like, that's not a bad strategy. It's probably a good idea to try to get more views and all that, or more eyes on him and yada yada. Try to Muslim socialist. That's probably the best way to put it. Yeah. But here's the thing. I bring them up not because I dislike them or anything. Like, I do dislike them, but they're doing the smart thing right now, and the smart thing is to ignore Hassan. He is radioactive. You do not want to be associated with this guy if you want any chance of being in office or having a good reputation. Like I mentioned, Newsom wants to be he wants to be president in the next couple of years. Mamdani is currently the mayor of New York. Hassan encourages terrorism constantly, regularly. And so they're doing the correct thing of distancing themselves from him. Now, Mamdani's an interesting case because he invited Hassan to his celebration party when he was elected as mayor. But even back then, this was like just a few months ago, Hassan was basically getting the cold shoulder from him. Like, he was, I assume he got his invite like months prior, or at least like a little while prior, because they were pretty certain he was gonna win. But the entire time, he was basically ghosting him. He wouldn't associate. He wasn't like talking to him. He might have said hi to him at some point, like maybe just like, hey, thanks for being here. But then he like quickly shuffled off. But he basically was, Hassan was basically put in the equivalent of the kiddie table. He was put on a different floor of the building. Oh yeah, by the way, this was a celebration party for a communist mayor, and they were having this big fucking party where they were drinking champagne and having caviar. All the guests were dressed up in like $1,000, multi-$1,000 suits and dresses. But you know, socialists, right? Very typical. Anyway, that's an aside and not really important. The point is, even then, Hassan was getting the cold soldier from his buddy Mamdani, and like that's the smart thing to do. Hassan is fucking insane. Any moderate, anyone with any sense who sees you associating with this guy is gonna get very cold feet and are likely not gonna want to elect you or re-elect you. You do not want to be associated with this guy. It's political. It's effectively political suicide to be known as Hassan Piker's friend. unless you're actively trying to vie for radical voter base, which to be fair, there is a radical voter base. There are people who want radical change. They more want a violent revolution. But that is a group, and you can potentially appeal to them. But unless like that's your plan, there's no reason you should be associating with this guy. And also that radical group is relatively small, thankfully, at least that's right now. But you know, whatever. Here's a king. Son is just a low cow at this point. Giving him attention only gives him more dopamine and more space for extremists. Yeah, basically. But it's just so fucking pathetic that he's like actively.
Come on, the millennial
Here.
Jon Stewart.
First of all,
listen to them.
I need to hear from you. Gavin, come to the broadcast. You just did the Adam Friedland show.
Wait.
Praises of you. A lot of money here. I'm asking you not just as a tax-paying citizen, but as someone who wants to really understand
Listen
where
to
you're
this
coming
pathetic
from. Now
ass
that
shit.
you are pivoting as a radical visionary.
Gavin is not pivoting as a radical. I just explained how Newsom he's playing every side. He's just trying to find what works and what has the most potential voters. He might be appealing to radicals today, but next week he might be trying to win Republican voters. It depends on how he's feeling.
I need to hear from you. Gavin.
He sounds like an ex-girlfriend. Like a pathetic ex-girlfriend who just can't get over him.
Come to the broadcast. You just did the Adam Friedland show. Many people call that the millennial Bill Maher. Come on, the millennial Jon Stewart.
First of all, a grown man.
Yeah, he wears like big gabby gab, like he sounds like a desperate ex. This is so pathetic. Like, I feel bad when I ask bigger VTubers to hang out and do like collabs, but this is actually pathetic. What he's doing here. Like, this is actually pathetic. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just sad at this point. And like, he's not gonna get a response. They're not gonna say, "Hey, let's hang out. Let's do a collab. Let's do an interview or whatever." Come on, I'm not gonna go onto your podcast because, like I said, it's political suicide. At this point, he is the mark of death. He is the mark of the beast. He is radioactive. Whatever term you want to use. He is. You do not want to associate with him. Not if you want any sort of like legitimate political career. It's not gonna happen. And he's just making himself look like a loser doing this. Now, maybe like I don't want like let me cover my bases here. Maybe Gavin will. Why do I keep calling him Gavin? He's not my friend. Maybe Newsom will come on. Maybe Mondani will talk to him again. But it's gonna be like but if they did, it'd be one of the worst fucking decisions of their career. Just saying. But you know, never say never. Like, there's always a possibility for anything. If they wanna kill their career, sure. Let's see what happens. It's already happening. He just accelerated. Yeah, like Newsom's already is like doing like terribly. Like in polls, oh god, it's so fucking bad. I bet if New York City burns to the ground because of his policies, people gonna come out and claim it wasn't real socialism. That's basically how it goes, isn't it? Also, sorry about the bot, Gabby. Yeah, let me do it for you. Mio, so now wants to hang out. Needs a bunch of support, Catboy. No, you know what I mean with like I appreciate Mizu and Royan, but I consider them bigger than me. So like I'm internally grateful every time they agree to hang out with me. Like, I'm just gonna put it out there. Let me just like say it like that. Anyway, but like that's nothing. Me like casually asking to hang out with like my VTuber friends, even if I feel like, you know, a little starstruck around them. That's nothing compared to what the fuck he's doing right here. It's just holy shit. What the hell are you doing, my dude? Like, you're already in a hole, but he keeps digging further. Like, we don't even have to go. This is the first time I'm like directly talking about Hassan. This is the first time I've had him on my screen, on a stream. But you guys don't need me to tell you what he's been up to. Again, this is not the first time he's encouraged terrorism. This is not the first time he's been on notice. We all know that he should have been banned like 5 years ago. The dog Colorgate was just like a month or two ago, and still kind of a concern as of right now. It's just the fuck, man. How is he still around? He is the Persona 5 collab that kills gacha games. Oh, that's a good way to put it. Jeez. The Sunder Gator. Exactly. No, God. The Karu Gator. Don't let Ryan see that I said that. Hey, can you play the Sam Hyde Hassan clip? Sam Hyde Hassan clip. Oh, is this it? What is this? This fight. Is this what we were talking about? I haven't seen this before. Oh, and every time I open a new tab, it doesn't want to load.
You got anyone you want to call out in the heavyweight division? Oh, you know it, lad. You know that Hassan Piker? I'm coming to kill you in Los Angeles at your house.
Holy shit.
We're in the ring. No, in real life. I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him.
Oh my god.
And his dresses. And use his skin as a
His
coat,
dress.
like the ancient Irish did.
Holy shit.
That's your winner, Sam Hyde.
I don't encourage violence. Let me make that clear. That was his words, not mine. I just thought it was funny. Allegedly. What else do I have to say? Might have crashed. Minor, very minor. I don't even know how he knows him. I never heard of this guy before, Sam Hyde. That was pretty funny though. Based. Goddamn. Where's my water? I need a sip. Dude, I'd be very afraid if a big he's a heavyweight fighter, right? That means he must be at least like 6'7", probably like 300 plus pounds. If an Irishman like that said he was coming for me, I would be at least a little nervous. Just saying. Oh my god. That's amazing. That was so funny. He doesn't mean it. He's not gonna go after this song. I would love to see them fight in the ring though. That would be interesting. Hassan has been losing like even his like audience have been noticing like he's kind of losing it on his gains. Like he's not as wide as he used to be, and he is I think he's been missing his gym days, the same. And he's definitely not like heavyweight. At best he's like a medium weight in boxing. So but I would love to see that fight. That would actually be pretty funny. Hey, like I said, charity fights. The winner gets to choose where the money goes to. Hassan can, I don't know, he could donate it to Hamas if he wants. Whatever, it's up to him. But the point is, like, hey, we can do it. Let's do it. I would love to see that. He's behind anything. Sam Hyde is the ghost of Kiev. The ghost of Kiev from Ukraine. Oh god. He also shot down a lot of jets in Iran, reports. Jeez, this guy's been everywhere. Yeah, if I was Hassan, I'd be very afraid if that guy was coming after me. Charlie could probably take him. Which one's who's Charlie? I don't know who that is, unfortunately. I'm sorry. I don't know a lot of celebrities. I'm sorry. The only wrestler or boxer I know of is Brandon Herrera. That's another thing. Let's not get into that. That's more politics. But we can talk about that later. It's actually Hitler's top guy too. Oh, Moist Critical. Okay. I keep forgetting that's his real name. Look, I just call him Moist Critical. I don't know anybody's actual name, unless they actually go by their real name as a handle. I barely found out today that Destiny's real name is Steven. And yeah, he looks like a Steven. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I think that we should start winding down a bit, guys, because we've been going on for 5 hours. Holy shit. But let's see, what else do you guys say? If I want to watch two half-naked men grapple each other, I ain't watching WWE. Yeah, you just go watch some yaoi. I can recommend some if you want. If you're on the server, I can I can point you to some good yaoi manga if you want. Anyway, guys, I hope you guys had a good one. Excuse me. Like I said, I also spit out my drink hearing his name is Steven. Yeah, I was not expecting that. It's interesting finding out who the worst people, the real names of like the worst people you know. Anyway, holy shit. That's so good. Oh god. New idea. Sam, hi to the That would be an improvement. That's so fucking stupid. I love that. Thank you for that meme, TOA. Appreciate it. Anyway. That was a good I'm sorry we went too long, and also we didn't get we touched on every topic. We just didn't go into like detail and everything. I'm gonna try not to like I said after we did it, when we're talking about like conflicts, like I just want to give you like the straight facts and not get too much into like a debate about it or like the morals of it. Like, let's just talk about what's going on, not like the justifications of it or the if it's right or wrong. We're just gonna talk about it because, again, like, I find it interesting. Whether or not you agree with it, it's whether or not I agree with it, whether or not you agree with it, it's irrelevant. What matters is that we want to talk about it and stay informed, and we find it interesting what's happening on the ground and things like that. So like moving forward, let's just do that. If anyone, again, I respect Jesse for what they came forward with. I don't think either of us changed. I don't think I changed their mind. I don't think they definitely didn't change my mind. But that's fine. Like, we're having a discussion. But the point is, like, if anyone comes to me with that kind of thing again while we're on this, like maybe someday I'll do debates, but like, I'm not gonna say I'm never gonna do that. But for weekly debrief, like, let's just like stay on topic and let's like just talk about what's happening, And so I would just like respectfully ask that let's not get into it. Let's just talk about what is happening, not why it's happening. But yeah, besides that, we had some good laughs. There's some bad news, depending on what you think, and also regarding the gacha games and yada yada. But it's still nice to talk about it and just like just discuss things. What the hell did you post, TOA? Wait, what? Is this true? This is a meme, right? TOA? This is a meme, right? What the fuck? Oh, it's from like 8 years ago. Okay. Good guy. I did not know he was this famous. Jeez. This is pretty funny. He's just gonna come after everyone. He's everywhere. Damn. Okay, yeah, maybe. Yeah, Hassan should be afraid if he's literally everywhere. That's so fucking insane. Anyway, but yeah, I still say this was a successful weekly debrief. I hope you guys learned something. Hope you guys had fun. No stream tomorrow because, like I said, I always take Sundays off. I'm hoping on Monday we'll do something. Like, we'll see how we're feeling because I'm still kind of getting used to my new work schedule. But on Monday, I would like to finish Beyond Citadel. Well, next stream, whenever it happens, I would like to finish Beyond Citadel, and after that, we're gonna go back into Persona 3 and finally continue that series. And I'll probably select another game for us to like keep playing because not too much else has come out that like I haven't played yet. We're still waiting on the release of Sky Oblivion, which is 3 months overdue now, I think. It's fine. Like I don't want to be bitter about it. The point is like you know, they announced it by the end of 2025, but you know, now it has an indefinite release date. I assume it's gonna be done by the end of the year at the absolute latest, but I'm hoping before summer. But we'll see. And then but that will be like our next game after Beyond Citadel. Like, well, I don't know. Actually, I shouldn't say that. We'll see what happens. I might go back into Pokemon, or I might pick another game for like the weekly rotation, and then of course we'll have like collabs here and there, and then weekly debrief continue as usual. Anyway. But yeah, I hope you guys had a good one. Hope you all stay happy and healthy. That's in order. And I'll see y'all again real soon, alright? Later. Alright, have a good night, guys. Bye-bye.